Oh, okay.
There it goes.
How about now?
Green. Red.
Okay. Okay, so for, folks online who just, haven't heard me going, what we ask you to do is to star 9, is it? So that if you have a comment, you can raise your hand. We'll then systematically call upon you. I have a timer, and so you have 3 minutes to make your public comment, and we as a board are not allowed to respond to any comments made during this period. So with that, we'll get started. Yes.
Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, please come to the podium and state your name.
Well, the first comment I want to make is that the cookies are lovely. Anyway, good morning, General Manager Jennifer Hansen and NID board members. My name is Lawrence Gonzi. I'm an honorary member of the board member of the Save the Arms Recreation Salmon and Steelhead, known as SARSIS, which you've probably heard of. I'm here this morning with Jack Sanchez, who's the founder and president. Jack? Oh, there he is. And Diane, my significant other, and she didn't bring her book, by the way. And other supporters that are tenants. This time, SARSIS is seeking a letter of support from NID for a fish passage feasibility study at the Gold Hill Dam site in Over. Your letter of support will be submitted to NOAA, who we've been working with, in Placer County Fish and Game Commission in our grant request. Your letter of support is critical, as NID is a major stakeholder in this. The package that SARSIS has provided you, and I think you all have one, this morning, contains information that we believe will answer most of your questions. You may reach out to Jack Sanchez, Terry Stratton, who is our grant advisor, and Goldfield, who is our NOAA affiliate advisor as well. You'll find all the information in the packets that we provided you, and I want to thank you for your time this morning and your support. And Diana, I think, wants to read you a letter that we have received from the Auburn City Council. Diane? You're welcome.
Good morning. I'm Diane. I am a friend and supporter of SARSIS and Mr. Gonzi's better half. I told you that. I want to read you a letter that exemplifies the support our proposal has in the community here. This letter is in your packet, but I think it's important for everyone here to hear it this morning. Written on December 12th this year, it says, Honorable Board of Directors, that is all of you. The purpose of this letter is to express the Auburn City Council's support for Save Auburn Ravine Salmon and Steelhead, SARSIS, efforts to bring fish over the Gold Hill Dam. As you likely know, SARSIS has been working since 2008 to get fish to Auburn. A key component of that effort is providing fish away over Gold Hill Dam. Bringing fish over Gold Hill Dam will open about 10 miles of new prime spawning gravels in the Auburn Ravine and 4+ miles of additional spawning gravels in North Ravine, which is the main tributary of Auburn Ravine. The City Council supports bringing these beautiful fish back to Auburn and supports SARSIS efforts to do so. And that letter is signed by Mayor Rachel Rattle Harris. Also in your packet, you have letters of support from Jim Holmes, who's the chair of the Placer County Board of Supervisors, Shanti Landon from the Placer County Board of Supervisors, Sandra Amara from the Auburn City Council, Stacy K. Lee of the Aquatic Systems Research, Alice Hammond, Friends of the Eel River, and from the Auburn City Council. And as I said, you'll find all of these letters in your packet. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Sanchez. I'm the president and founder of SARSIS, and I'm delighted to be here. In addition to accomplishing the mission of SARSIS on Auburn Ravine, as Jim Lididarkovich writes in Salmon Without Rivers on page 21, Chinook salmon love small streams like Auburn Ravine, and that may be why we have tens of thousands of fry currently returning each year to the Pacific Ocean and then returning to Auburn Ravine. Opening up the full length of Auburn Ravine for spawning is one more step in the process of saving the salmon from extinction by adding tens of thousands more fry returning to mature in the ocean and then return to the mother stream, Auburn Ravine, to keep the species from extinction. I invited longtime friend, Andy Fecco, General Manager of Placer County Water Agency, to come tell about what they're doing on Auburn Ravine, but he was so busy he couldn't come. So I will tell you what he would have told you. Placer County Water Agency is working on all 8 to 9 flashboard dams in Auburn Ravine to prevent the tens of thousands of fry which are returning down Auburn Ravine into the Sacramento River, into the Pacific Ocean, from being entrained in agricultural fields and dying. There are thousands of them each year in all these flashboard dams that are entrained. So when Placer County Water Agency puts devices on all 9 of our flashboard dams, all the fish will return to the Sacramento River. Most of them will return to the Pacific Ocean, stay there 3 years, mature, and then they come back to Auburn Ravine. Why? Because they know every facet of Auburn Ravine. You can't change the fish once they spawn in a stream. You can't put them in another stream. They have to come back to that stream. That was tried for 2 centuries, taking fish from Northern California, sending them to the east, and they all died. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. They got into foreign streams. So when all 9 of the flashboard dams are retrofitted, hundreds of thousands of more fish will have the chance to return to Auburn Ravine each year, a major step in preventing salmon extinction on our planet Earth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Madam President, honorable directors, my name is Benedict Coretta. I retired from NID in 2005, after 30 years of serving the district. On your agenda today is the MOU, and some items of this MOU are diminishing the benefit that was hard fought by the retirees. As a little bit of history, the NID through the 80s and 90s and the aughts had a self-insured medical plan. And in 2010, it was deemed by the district to be too expensive. It wasn't working so well. So with the bargaining units and a member of the board and certain retirees, we worked on PERS medical plan and found that some aspects of it had diminished the benefit that the existing retirees had all those years. Now your MOU is eliminating some of those benefits. The help of the life insurance plan is going away by your MOU, and the HRA, the health the health reimbursement agreement is a benefit that we receive. All retirees receive a certain amount of money every month to offset some of the costs that we have incurred. And we don't know, I don't know exactly, I can't find out exactly how much it will diminish, but the monthly contribution for me would diminish approximately $244 a month from the $429 that I'm getting now. Now, that might have seemed like a lot of money to you, but to retirees such as an equipment operator who retired in '95 after 35 years of service to the district, who receives $2,588 a month in his PERS retirement plan, that's a good hit. For the board secretary who retired in 2003,
who receives $222 a month from PERS. That's a hit. So I requested today that on your agenda, you can reconsider the MOU and possibly table it and maybe make some changes or communicate with the retirees about these changes. And in the future, I would appreciate, and retirees would appreciate, some notice if you're going to change our benefit package. We got our notice last week, which isn't a lot of time for us to reconsider these things. So if you're going to hit us again, I'd appreciate some notice. So, thank you for.
I know we're not supposed to talk. Last week was the first time you were made aware of it? No correspondence before last week?
Excuse me.
I mean, the date of my letter was.
Trevor, we were specifically asked,
You can answer the question.
Trevor, we are not going to engage in a dialogue right now. That is part of
I'd
the
be more than happy to
protocol.
talk to you.
Sure.
That's fine. Thank you so much. So I'm going to really ask board members to respect that protocol that was provided to me by our legal counsel, okay? So if we want to have outside conversations, that's up to us, but the legal counsel in this environment, that's the rule, and we're going to enforce it. And that's for us as a board member. Okay, so anyone next?
My name is Larry Beach. I'm the Conservation Chairman for Protecting Our Grand Canyons. And I'm also a ceramic artist. And my brother in Salmon, Jack Sanchez, encouraged me many years ago to do a Salmon in the Classroom project with students of the Ophir, Newcastle area. So my wife and I designed a art project that also included science and salmon habitat education, restoration projects and things like that. And what we did was we created a salmon flute that the kids could engage in as an art project to play this flute. We told them that if they played this flute long enough and hard enough, that salmon may come back up into the Aubrey Bay. And so now these children are growing up in the area and they're having kids. And we don't want this opportunity to go by to miss a generation of perhaps bringing salmon back up into the Aubrey Ravine. Now, I'm not here to tell you what to do. That's not, it's up to you. If you want to bring salmon back for these children and these kids, great. But I will tell you that my father grew up as a foster child in the Gold Hill area. And he told me stories of salmon in the Aubrey Ravine. So I think that this is something that you should consider. We have an opportunity here, but the choice is yours. So change is going to come. The time is right. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to make a public comment? Hi, Laura.
Morning, Laura. President and Board of Directors. I want to applaud Sarsis for at least approaching this in the right way. I mean, maybe some of the tactics, if this is the first you've heard about it, that's unfortunate, but they're addressing a problem, they're trying to get a feasibility, they're trying to look for solutions, and I strongly encourage this board to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
Reminder, is it *9 if you're online, *9 to raise your hand?
Okay, seeing none, we will move on to special orders. Thank you.
Clear out the cookies.
Yeah, get your cookies while you can.
And what bakery did you go to? Thanks.
Good morning.
Yeah, just move it closer if you can, Sandra. No.
Everybody.
Good morning, Sandra.
I'm just here to introduce you to our presentation. So Foster and Foster is our actuary, and Doug Pryor is online, and he's going to give us an update with the OPEB, other post-employment benefits. So
Perfect, thank you.
I think I did it and he's there. So, do you want me to bring up the presentation to that, to get started, or what's the?
and
There it is.
Good morning. Did the screen share the presentation? Everyone can see that? Okay, great. So let me go ahead and talk about the retiree healthcare plan and the valuation that we've prepared for the district. This is a June 30, 2023 valuation. We'll kind of cover what information this goes over, but let me kind of give you a little background about what we're talking about here. So the acronym that's often used is OPEB. It's for other than pension post-employment benefits. So these range from medical, life insurance, dental, vision benefits provided to retirees from an agency. They're really a valuation that prepares information on plan funding and kind of recommended contributions, and we'll get into that a little later in the presentation. Those are done every 2 years. That's required under GASB. GASB is the GASB 75 is the accounting statement that requires agencies account for these benefits in their financial statements. And the timing of these valuations is probably a little confusing. But what happens if you look at this table here, GASB requires evaluation be prepared every 2 years. Now, I know your fiscal year is a calendar year, but the valuations have historically been prepared as of June 30 of each year. So the last valuation was June 30, 2021. We're looking at a June 30, 2023 report today. The timing is a little skewed in that if you look at your fiscal years, for example, the 23 fiscal year reporting is not going to be based on the report that we're looking at today. It's going to be based on a projection of the 21 valuation. That, for example, the 21 valuation we use for accounting and funding for fiscal year 22 and 23 for the district. The valuation we're looking at today will be providing information for plan funding and accounting information for the fiscal years 24 and 25. So let's talk a little bit about the benefits that the district provides. So an employee has to retire directly from the district in order to receive a benefit. In general, the eligibility requirement is age 50 and 10 years of district service. The district pays the medical premium up to the caps in 2023 that are listed here. So before Medicare eligibility, the district pays a premium up to $1,200 per month. Pre-Medicare or pre-65, post-65, the premium is paid up to $420 per month. For those individuals that were hired on or after May 10th of 2012, there's a percentage applied to those caps. So at most, an individual can get 50% of these caps as a benefit, and that's if they have 20 years of service. There's kind of an overriding benefit that's required because the district contracts with CalPERS for medical. The CalPERS medical program is known as PEMCA. They have certain premiums, and they require that anyone retiring from the agency has to receive at least currently $151 benefit. So if you had somebody, say, with in the second tier hired after 2012, and they have less than 10 years of service, but they retire from the district, they would get $151 a month. There are also a couple other benefits provided. This is kind of outlining the medical benefit that's provided to retirees. Down here, just kind of a mention of, there are also life insurance amounts that are provided to retirees, which vary by retirement year and age, as well as individual accounts that were set up for retirees back in 2009 as the agency transitioned from that self-insured program over to the CalPERS program. You know, these are the caps. Let's kind of look briefly at to give you an idea what the premiums are. So again, you have for $1,200, most of $1,200 cap pre-65, $420 post-65. Here's kind of for 2023, the potential premiums that a retiree, as well as your active employees, but also your retirees can sign up for. So you can see you have non-Medicare eligible, which is pre-65, and Medicare eligible post-65. You can see single coverage. The premiums vary from, you know, $760 up to about $1,200 per month. Post-65, Medicare becomes primary, and that premium drops significantly to somewhere in the $300 to roughly $400 range. Premium, of course, varies depending on what coverage there is, whether it's single, there's two, you know, employee and spouse, or employee and child covered, or family coverage is a kind of a 3+ life coverage. So those are the premiums. Those are the benefits. There is, this is kind of historically where you've been. These amounts are in thousands of dollars. You can see in fiscal year 22, you're right around about $1.1 million in benefits paid to retirees. You can kind of see historically.
Doug?
Yes?
We have a quick question.
Yeah, sorry, Doug.
Sure.
Back on that last two charts where you go over the benefits for medical and then what the typical premiums are for these plans. So in your experience, well, one thing just to clarify, so the district pays a premium up to $1,200. If the person gets the Kaiser plan at $913, they would get the $913, not the $1,200. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then in your experience, are the benefits that we've outlined here fairly consistent with other districts that you work with, or can you give that perspective?
Yeah, I think these are, for the clients we have, and we worked with, you know, 200 to 300 agencies in the state. I think it's kind of in the middle in terms of benefit level. It's not like a extremely generous benefit. It's not a super low benefit. It's somewhere really kind of in the middle of what we typically see.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Other questions on this part?
Yeah, I have a question. This is Ricky. Let's see, on that same page that Karen is referring to where you have other, you got life insurance, which is clear, individual accounts for retirees before 1/1/09. Can you expand on what that is? Is that what we were just hearing about, the HRA, or is this something different?
Yeah, I think that's what you're just hearing about. Back in 09 is you transitioned the benefit structure and moved from the healthcare provider over to CalPERS. These accounts were set up, and initial amounts were put into these individual accounts. And currently, the amounts over the last several years have been, I think, somewhere in the $200 to $300 a month range that have been paid into the accounts by the district.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I thought that's what it was, but I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Good question.
I would appreciate just some background from staff on the process. So it seems like someone kicked off in June to do the scoping effort. Like what are the other dates associated? Like when does this impact people? When are they notified?
This particular item is a requirement of our annual financial audit, and it's an actuarial evaluation of our long-term obligations for health and retiree benefits.
This doesn't impact the MOU that was discussed earlier?
No, this is not. So this is, we have to have this done every 2 years, and so this information then feeds into the annual financial audit, because these obligations are a liability on the district's financials.
Okay.
And so this is just a,
This is an accounting effort.
yes, yes.
We're not scoping, changing.
No, this is an accounting effort that looks back at the 2-year period for that particular actuarial
Thank you.
evaluation.
Any other questions? Okay. Let me move forward. So premiums, yes, and as was asked earlier, right, the retiree gets really the lesser of the premium listed here and whatever the applicable cap is. So, you know, those are the benefits. There's, and here's what you paid historically. There's also this kind of esoterical issue called the implied subsidy, which is kind of explained in this chart. So let me kind of overview this first, that in terms of the cost to the district, what we've been looking at earlier is, you know, what we call the cash benefit. This, which I'm going to describe in a few minutes, is the implied subsidy. This implied subsidy is somewhere around 15 to 20% of the overall cost. And what the implied subsidy is this is just an illustration, but what we show here is age is across the x-axis. PEMCA, the healthcare provider through CalPERS, charges the same in this example, $600 premium regardless of age. That's, you know, a low premium. It hasn't probably been that low for a while, but in this illustration, $600. As we get older, we use more medical services, right? And so the cost of providing medical coverage is depicted here by the blue line. So if you look at age 64, what happens is PEMCA charges a $600 premium, but then it costs them $800 to provide insurance to medical coverage to that retiree. So where does that extra $200 come from? Well, it comes if you go to the left-hand side and you look at your active employee, and they charge that same $600 premium, but the cost is only $400. So there's a $200 excess there, which is implied to be a subsidy paid for the retiree over here. So the idea is that what you're doing is, by paying the active premium, that's being used to subsidize the retirees. Within the healthcare provider you're using, there's over 1,000 agencies, there's 500,000 covered lives, there's all sorts of things going on here. So I'm not suggesting to you that we can, you know, pick out a 25-year employee and take that premium and go, that was used for, you know, this retiree. But nonetheless, the actuarial standards of practice, and probably more importantly, GASB itself, requires that we include this implicit subsidy in the valuation. So just so that you know that's out there, again, it's kind of a theoretical exercise, but required by the standards to be included. And we're looking at probably 15 to 20% of the overall district costs. We have a slide here briefly on participants, going back over a 10-year period. June 30, 2023, total 193 employees that potentially could be eligible to receive a benefit. Now, when we do evaluation, we project everything out. We're not assuming all 193 will actually continue to work and retire from the district. We have assumptions built in as to the likelihood that some of them will leave. So we're not assuming all will receive a benefit. In terms of those who have continued to work for the district and have retired and receiving a benefit, you have about 172 currently, okay? And there's been some growth, you can see, from 150 10 years ago to 172 in terms of the number of retirees covered. But, you know, I would consider this kind of a mature organization, in that a lot of agencies, you'll see much bigger growth, and you don't see that here. You kind of, you know, between 150 and 172 and the number of retirees over the last 10 years. So, okay, let's talk, kind of get into the meat and potatoes here of what you're doing to provide these benefits. So you've set up many years ago, a trust with CalPERS. It's known as the CERBT. They have a few different investment strategies. You're in strategy one. These are the investment allocations here, the target allocations. And we do a analysis on expected returns of all of these instruments and get to overall an expected long-term return on the trust of 6.25%, which is what we use as a discount rate. Now, in terms of what this trust represents, it's a trust with CalPERS, and by trust, that means that the money that goes in there can only be used to pay for benefits to retirees, right? So if you have excess money in there at some point in time, you can't just pull it back out and say, well, we had too much. It's not like a checking account that money can come and go. The money that goes in is kind of irrevocable, and that it can only be used to pay and provide for these benefits. Let's look at what you have in the trust. This is just over the last 4 years. These are in thousands of dollars. So as of June 30th, 2023, you had about $23.3 million in the trust. And you can see the returns have been, kind of rocky. We'll kind of get to overall where you've been historically on the returns, but you can see, 3.6% in the year ended June 30, 2020, up to 27.5% return in 21, then a really poor return in 22, negative 13.4, and then a little bit of bounce back, but still a little bit short of the actual assumption that, or just about the actual assumption at 6.4%. So since the previous study, a negative 13.4% return and 6.4. So returns fell a little behind where we expected them to at 6.25%. And that's going to kind of generate a little bit of a step back or a loss on the valuation and a kind of a slight increase in the cost, as we'll see later. So this is market value of assets. Ultimately, at some point, benefit, we'll kind of come back to this point later, but at this point, you're not taking any money out of the trust to pay for benefits. A lot of agencies early on in funding, and although it's been 10 plus years since you set up the trust, that's in the big picture things, that's very early on for something that's going to be paying benefits, indefinitely, and the significant number of the people at this point in time will be receiving benefits, over the next, 30, 40, 50 years. So 10 years is not that long to have it set up. So a lot of agencies will not take the benefit payments out initially. And like I said, we'll kind of come back to that a little later. What we've done historically is, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah. Hi, Doug. Rich Johansson. So who determines the investment policy for this? CalPERS?
Yes. So with the district.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the district signed up. There are a number of different providers for these OPEB trusts, and the district signed up for a trust with CalPERS. They have 3 strategies, and you elected strategy 1. So basically, you've pushed the investment management of this off to CalPERS with these long-term targets.
And what are the other strategies that we could have chosen from?
Yeah, so within the CRBT, the trust you're in, there are 2 other strategies. The other 2 are more conservative with a lower long-term return. The strategy you're in is the kind of the most traditional, certainly the most common, popular of the investment strategies for agencies to be using. So it's not, because I say it's most popular, I guess I use the word most traditional because, again, when you think about the long-term nature of these benefits, that typically would be viewed by agencies to imply to take a long-term view on the returns and not worry a lot about the volatility we were just looking at. And so that's why most agencies are looking to kind of maximize those returns and use what is kind of what I would term a kind of more traditional investment structure, which is the strategy one.
Yeah, understood. And so we're not here to get into this now, but could you explain the global equity part of it? That's just, is that more stocks, bonds, or is it?
No, that.
I mean, California has been somewhat kind of social equality, government equality, equity. Is that, I mean, and they've come under fire for some of their investments that have not panned out.
Right.
As opposed to some other investments that were available. Like I said, I know we're not getting into that level, but how can we get more information on what comprises global equity?
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head, but it certainly is not bonds, it's all equity. And in terms of the breakout between, you know, US and international, I just don't have that off the top of my head. One of the things that I do know is that with respect to the CalPERS pension portfolio, they do have a, you know, significant amount in private equity, right? And the CRBT here has no private equity holdings. And in fact, what's listed as REITs, for example, is all, you know, real estate investments that are exchangeable, tradable on the open market. It's not as though, with respect to the pension, CalPERS has, you know, might have like a specific, you know, mall or investment in buildings and things like that that aren't readily tradable. With respect to this trust, the REITs are all marketably tradable securities here. And the same holds with the global equity. There's no privately held investments here.
Understood.
In terms of the details, I could get you more, but off the top of my head, I don't have a lot more than that.
I think my request is to table this right now and then return and look at it later, because I think this is going forward. We got some risk here, and we need to analyze it and manage it.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, and no doubt there's some risk here, right? I mean, strategy one has the highest expected return. It also can have the most volatility and the most risk, and you can kind of see that. I can jump forward here. This is historically where you've been on returns. So the triangular markers are the annual returns since the trust was set up in 2010. So you can see quite the volatility. The orange here is what we had assumed. Now, also kind of in line with what I mentioned earlier about this is a long-term nature investment. If you just look back over the years since you've been in there, you've done fairly well, 6.7% return if you just average out these returns. Now, you know, that's a reasonable return. It's also, you know, you've had the volatility here certainly to deal with, but the overall return at 6.7% is certainly a lot more than I would think the agency could have had if they had set this aside within like an internal service fund over that period, right?
Yeah, it looks like a farmer's yearly income.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know offhand, Doug, what the average returns on strategies 2 and 3 are?
That's my question.
Yeah, I should have that on the top of my head. I could pull up another report to look, but the other two, I think we expect long-term 2 and 3 to be somewhere around 5.5% to 6%, maybe 5.25% to 6%. So, you know, maybe 50 to 100 basis points lower than the strategy one return. And that'd be long-term, yeah.
That was strategy 2?
And 3.
Yeah, well, the 2 and 3, or maybe strategy 2, we expect 50 basis points lower, and strategy 3, 100, but it's somewhere around there. Maybe it's 75 basis points lower. So I don't, off the top of my, I could pull up another document here and tell you exactly what we think, but I don't remember off the top of my head right now.
Less risk.
Yeah, definitely less risk. Yeah.
Doug, so this historical asset returns graph, this looks to me like it's really followed the stock market, you know, in general. You know, big gains and then big losses and big gains and big losses. Is that a fair assumption?
It certainly is correlated, right? Because they did, if I could jump back up to here, they did back in 2022 change his asset allocation. So up until that point in time, they had a lot less in REITs and a lot more in equities. And so it probably was even more correlated to the equity market than this would lead you to believe. But certainly, you know, it is a diversified portfolio, right? They do have significant fixed income exposure, and maybe that was even higher previously, as well as the REITs the real estate investments that don't necessarily, you know, move lock and step with the stock market at all. So, you know, I usually look to the stock market returns to think about where they might be, but, you know, it just depends on, you know, what's going on with those correlations. If, you know, if we look at this year here, 21, 22, for example, this one, just because it was such a bad year, this I know off the top of my head, didn't matter if you were in strategy 1, 2, or 3, you had somewhere around a negative 11, 12, 13% return for the year, even though the strategy 3 has a lot more fixed income. It also was a pretty bad year for fixed income too, right? So, you know, that's just sort of a anecdotal data point for 22 is that, you know, it's didn't matter this, you know, which portfolio you're in. It was just a tough year in June 30, 22.
Yeah.
So now you're on REITs. So I've seen the figure where 40% of commercial real estate in the United States is underwater, and that a lot of banks are holding that. Can you verify that, or what have you heard?
Depends on what class of commercial real estate. Industrial is different from office, which is different from retail, you know, so it's.
So we need to break it down.
I would think so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because some REITs are retail, some are, you know, they specialize and they're different.
Correct.
I used to work for one.
Yeah. Oh, good. We got the expert here, so.
Well, no. But I think it would be hard to make a judgment without knowing the breakdown of the particular REITs that they're in.
So we need to know what type of REIT they're in and then look at the return?
This particular portfolio, we have no input on the management of it.
Right.
This is all
Correct.
done through CalPERS.
But strategy 2 or 3 might have less risk to that certain area.
Could potentially.
Okay.
We could get the breakdown of the strategy 2 and 3, but I'm guessing that they're constantly rebalancing those portfolios based off of what their people are saying with the market.
Yeah, the strategy 2 and 3 definitely have a lower exposure to REITs. I don't remember off the top of my head what the numbers are, but they're certainly lower than 20%. And I think it ramps down. Strategy 2, the middle of the risk and return portfolios, is a lower REIT exposure than this, and even lower is the strategy 3.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Question.
Okay.
Hi, Doug. Brad Fowler, just a member of the public here. Can you go back to slide 9 for me?
Yeah.
In parentheses, you have admin expenses and investment expenses in parentheses. Are those reflected as a percentage, or what is that figure? Is that it can't be a percentage, right?
No, these are all dollar amounts in thousands. So the admin expenses.
So is that a flat rate of $10 million on the admin expenses?
Well, these are in thousands.
And
There's 10,000. Yeah, $10,000 that CalPERS charge for admin expenses, and $8,000 for investment expenses.
Thank you. That's all the clarification I needed. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so sorry for jumping around, but given the volatility here that you see, one of the things we've done is we had been using an actual value of assets to determine recommended contributions. And the idea there was, if you have a large fluctuation in your return, you might have like a really great return, which you did in 21, followed by poor returns. And rather than having the recommended contribution based on those large fluctuations in the market value of assets, we used what was a smooth market or actuarial value of assets. And the idea there was to target you to move towards 100% funded status. And we're going to look at the funded status pretty soon. But as you get closer to 100% funded, we think it makes sense for us just to look at market value of assets. We're going to smooth out in terms of contributions those fluctuations in market value of assets and through an amortization smoothing technique. And what we're recommending in this valuation is just move you to market value, because if the idea here would be early on, and we'll see a historical chart coming up, if you were 20% funded on a market value basis, but the actuarial value was 15 or 25, to us, it doesn't seem to make that much difference, because the idea is that you're moving towards 100%. But now that you're 80+% funded, I think it's kind of important to know, are you 80% funded or 90% funded? So we've moved to get rid of that kind of added complication of the actual value of assets. We're going to look at things on a market value basis. That's also the same way that GASB 75 requires it be done. So that's one recommended change in the current valuation. So if you look at, one more chart here on assets, what you see is historical changes. So these are also in thousands of dollars. So going back to when the trust was initiated for June 30, 2010, I know that's not your fiscal year. And in case you're wondering, really what happened here was you originally had a valuation that was December 31, that coincided with your fiscal year. You then joined the CalPERS Trust. At that point in time, they required valuations be on a June 30 basis, because most agencies have June 30 fiscal years. So at that point, all your valuations became June 30. But what this is showing is on June 30 basis, historically, what asset changes have come. The green are the contributions that came into the trust, and the blue was additional investment income earned by the trust, with a negative here. So you get, if you took all of these bars, stacked them on top of each other, and backed out the negative return, you'd get to that total asset value you have today of about a little over $23 million. So you can just see kind of where you've been in the past, what really the sources were of accumulating the assets that you have today. So let's get to some results here. Actual accrued loss. Yeah, present value benefits is the amount, if you set that aside today, would in theory, and all assumptions were met, it would be enough to pay for everyone, all the current employees and retirees going forward. The actual accrued liability is the portion of that total value that's sort of been accrued or earned to date. So what you see here is actual accrued liability, 26.5 million in the previous study. That increased to about a little over 29 million in the current study. Assets grew from about 21 million to 23 million. So overall, that unfunded liability grew a bit from 5.3 million to about $5.7 million. If you look at the funded ratio, as I said earlier, you're about 80% funded. This one is on an actuarial value basis, and this one is on a market value basis. But nonetheless, you're about at 80% funded on this plan, which is it's a good place to be, right? Obviously, the target is to get to 100%. But as you can see on the next slide, you made a ton of progress. So what this is showing is historically, all the valuations going back to, I mentioned the initial valuation was 12/31/08, and then you joined CalPERS for the trust, and they required a June 30 valuation. The height of each bar is the actuarial accrued liability. Within each bar, we have a blue shade, which is the liability for retirees, and the green is the liability for active employees. And then the red line are the assets, market value of assets. And then you have the percentages here, the percent funded, the ratio of assets to actual accrued liability. So you can see a ton of progress you've made over the years. A little bit of a step back here in 23, as I mentioned earlier. The returns were a little below, certainly below expected, is the primary reason for that slight step back. But you can see a ton of progress that's been made over the years. Now you really are on a path to get to that 100% funded ratio. If you look at then, what does this mean in terms of what we recommend for contributions? So at this point, you're about 80% funded. What you can see here is, the actual accrued liability is kind of a target asset value. You can see it's, $28 million roughly, or $29 million on the actual accrued liability. You have about 23 million in assets. So the actual determined contribution is going to have a component to make up that gap. And overall, what is an actual determined contribution? There are really two components. There's the service cost. That's the value of the benefits that are accruing for active employees. And then there's a payment on that unfunded liability of about $5.7 million. Where the methods being used currently are set to have you pay that unfunded liability off over a 9-year period. Now, of course, over the next 9 years, a ton of things are going to change. But what this is saying is, if all assumptions were met, you're on schedule to have that unfunded liability go from the current of about 5.7 million down to 0 over about a 9-year period. So that's what an actual determined contribution is. What are the numbers here? What you see here, kind of a large table. Each valuation covers 2 fiscal years. So the 21 valuation covered recommended contributions for 22 and 23. The current valuation recommended contributions for next year and 2025. What you see is a little bit of an uptick in that total actual determined contribution for this year. A little under, these are also thousands of dollars, 1.3 million for this year, going up to a little over 1.4 million for next year. The big change is really that unfunded liability, right, increased a bit, primarily due to the asset losses. So you can see that component of the actual determined contribution increased from $550,000 roughly to a little over $700,000. The benefits don't depend on payroll, but we like to kind of benchmark these results as a percentage of payroll. So what you see here, if you looked at it on a payroll basis, what you see is for 23, that recommended contribution is about 7.8% of payroll, and 2024, it gets you to about 8.2% of payroll. Okay. So the final slide I have is a projection of the contribution. So this is a 10-year projection, and there's just kind of a few things I'd like to point out here. So the first row, there is that $1.4 million actual determined contribution, okay? Now, we expect benefit payments to retirees to be about $1.3 million. Those theoretical implied subsidy payments that you're making are about $200,000. So when you add those two up, you're at about $1.5, $1.6 million in benefits paid to retirees. And we're saying the actual determined contribution is less than that number by $108,000. So what you've traditionally done is not taken any money out of the trust. So if you continue to do that and didn't contribute, then what happens is you end up paying about $1.5, $1.6 million towards these benefits, and that would actually exceed the actual determined contribution by $108,000 because the actual determined contribution is about $1.4 million. So if no money's put into the trust and you just pay the benefits outside of the trust, you would exceed that actual determined contribution by $108,000. You can kind of see where that goes in the future. One kind of general comment about this is, look, if you think about this column here, if you're pre-funding and every year you have to pay the benefit payments And then on top of that, you have to put additional, this is, if the numbers are always positive, you're not seeing any benefit of pre-funding, right? The whole purpose of pre-funding is to get to the point where you are now, which is the district's costs are less than what they would be if you never pre-funded. Because if you never pre-funded, you'd be paying the first two columns, right? By pre-funding now with the trust, you actually are at a point where you're paying a little less, and that little less is expected to, in general, kind of grow over the years to be even more, a lot less than it is. So you're already seeing the benefits of pre-funding in terms of the annual cash cost. We have the percentage of payroll numbers here, just kind of as the final benchmark. Again, the benefits don't depend on payroll, but it gives you an idea of what the sorry about that, what the overall cost of this program is. So that's really the last slide I had, which kind of wraps up where things are for the next few years and where we expect them to be over the next 10 years. I know there's some questions we went along. If they're love to answer any other questions if I went over something too quickly or skipped over something completely that you wanted to talk about.
So, hi, Rich Johansson. So it seems like we have some discretion with this fund, but the reality is that I find it to be kind of a sacred cow. You just don't touch it and you let it work because we need to guarantee that income to the retirees.
Right.
Yeah, so for the 2024 budget year, we're still planning on doing pay-go and not withdrawing from the trust, which will just enable us to continue to pay down our liability quicker. And then for 2025, I'd recommend we talk about it again.
Yeah. Because we are facing some financial situations where we'll have to think hard about it.
So Doug, are most agencies you work with, are they either they're fully funded, or are they working towards being fully funded?
Yeah, well, so in our, I should give the caveat that I think the agencies we work with tend to pre-fund more often and at higher levels than most agencies across the state. But for the agencies that we do work with, most of them are pre-funding, probably 3/4 of them. And then in terms of funded status, that we have agencies all over the map. We have some that are shot way past that are, in the funded status of 150, 180%, some of course that aren't pre-funded at all. So it just kind of varies a lot with respect to each agency. Certainly special districts like yours tend to pre-fund these benefits at higher levels and tend to be more likely to pre-fund than to do pay-as-you-go.
Thank you. Questions? We have a member of the public who has a question.
Hi, this is Laura Peters. I'm just curious, am I reading this correctly? Is the payroll 17.6 million in 24 to 22.5 million? Is the district paying 17.6 million next year for payroll? Is that how much our obligation is to pay for payroll?
Roughly, I'm just not sure how he's escalating the number.
Yeah.
Doug, how do you escalate that number?
Yeah. We assumed kind of a little above inflation, about 2.75% annual increases. So this should be 24 is a projection itself. So this is not, just to make sure we're on the same page, this is not a budgeted payroll amount. This is the PERSable wages that were reported for, I think, fiscal year 22 escalated at 2.75%.
Right, and we know they're getting 5 to 10% this year, 5 to 10% next year, and 5 to 10% the next year. So they're very conservative payroll estimates. Is that correct?
No.
Those aren't the numbers, I don't think.
No.
No, I think it's 5% this year, 2 to 5.
Well, I know, but the 17 million to 25 million, yeah.
He just indicated it was about a 2.5% increase that he was using for his projection, or 2.7.
So we're giving 5 in reality.
Yeah.
For this particular 2024, it's 5.
Yeah, but we also decreased full-time employees.
The number of full-time employees.
But I think the point is that these numbers are a model, and they don't necessarily reflect exactly how it's gonna play out. So it could be higher, could be lower.
Right.
Right, and keep in mind that the first 1, 2, 3, these 4 columns here, it doesn't matter if you had, 17 million or 14 million or 20 million payroll, these numbers don't change at all. Right, this benefit does not depend on payroll. These are our projections here, and we're just trying to benchmark the results with payroll in the last 2 columns.
I would just like to comment, Doug, your presentation was extremely clear, and I really appreciate you taking the time to go through this with us, because this is obviously a really important obligation that the district has, and so thank you for helping us to understand a complex topic in an easily understood manner.
Yeah, very well said. Very nicely done.
And then just
Very
one
happy
more
to.
thing. Thank you, Doug. One more thing for the board, this is related to OPEB, not to PERS unfunded liability.
Right.
So we will tackle that topic at a later date.
Okay,
Joy.
thank you.
Right.
Do we have any, did you have a question?
No, I was gonna make a
No,
motion.
not yet.
We don't need a motion, do
We don't need a motion.
Yeah, we do.
No.
No.
I don't think we need a motion to receive and file, do we?
We go through that
We're
every
gonna-
time.
I know, every time we go.
Every time
But
we
right
get.
now, we're going to ask, are there any members of the public out there who would like to make a comment? We see none on our mass. Okay. So we, thank you, Doug, and we'll sign off for now.
I think we should have
I
a,
think we should too. I move to receive and file this report, and thank you, Doug.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I'll second. I didn't know we needed a receive and file motion. I'll be happy to second if our attorney is telling us we need one.
He's recommending we do.
Okay.
Okay, any public comments? Again? Seeing none, let's move on. We'll vote.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Yes?
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
Yes,
Division 3.
Aye.
Yeah, it is.
4-1.
All right, I can take it. Okay, so moving on to the consent agenda.
So I'm gonna move to, approve the consent agenda.
I'm gonna second.
Any,
Well,
exceptions?
okay, Director Heck would like to, remove 3 items from the consent agenda for discussion, please.
All right,
Item 4F, 4G, and 4H.
do we want to modify that motion?
I will modify the motion as amended by Director Heck.
And I'll second.
Thank you.
so we are approving, just for the record, items 4A through 4E and 4I. That is the motion.
Correct. Okay, any public comment? Seeing none, we will take a vote.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye. Okay, so let's go back to item 4F.
Thank you. So this is, again, for discussion, and I read this pretty thoroughly. And what I wanted to do, or wanted us to consider, is adding to the policy that should there be outstanding benefits that have been written off, that we would not any longer contract with that entity or that contractor until those are paid.
Could you give us more context
Yeah.
on when that
Yeah,
occurs
yeah.
and what the
I talked to Jen
implications of
about
that?
this, but
Yeah.
you want to add something, Jen?
Most of the accounts in the write-off policy, they're either related to kind of one-off debts that are from something such as damage that was caused to our facility, and then we bill the individual for the repair, or a lot of them are related to construction tank water. One of the issues we resolved with our last fee schedule was that we implemented a new deposit requirement for the construction tank water. That's $1,200, and they're also required to get a meter. And so if there is non-payment, we would take the debt from the deposit. I did speak with Dustin related to whether or not you can just discontinue service, and he did have some thoughts. I'll let him speak to those.
Yeah, so Director Heck, first of all, you had me confused because you mentioned policy, item 4E. And item 4F is the actual write-off that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So I don't know if I misheard you.
Well,
or
you
not,
know,
but-
it's interesting, because I'm in my packet, maybe I have my pages misnumbered or something. No, because there's this policy that we were given.
In a resolution.
So I have that as
Receivable write-off.
write-off policy item 4E.
Oh, well,
And then 4F, I think, is action taken under the new policy that
Correct.
you just adopted.
oh, okay, well, then I made a mistake, but,
So now, but talking about the items that are proposed for write-off, maybe we can have staff come up, but I think these particular items, these are more of, what I would characterize as, privileges granted by the district, right? We have a tank or temporary construction water. That's not there's not a right of service attached to that. When you get into discontinuing water service to a property, there's a whole host of other laws.
no, I wasn't talking about discontinuing the service. I was talking about if a specific contractor has an outstanding balance that we are putting in write-off, that contractor not be allowed to contract more in the future until the old balance is paid.
Yeah, I think, there's a naughty list, in other words.
A naughty list,
I think that.
whatever you want to call it, yeah.
Tis the season. Yeah, I think we can do that. And where my concern came from was if we're trying to put customers, properties that are receiving water service on a naughty list.
It was just the contractor who owes us because they haven't paid.
Well, let's go
That was
through,
the idea.
let's go through each category. So culvert crossing, that's typically a private property owner who's doing some type of culvert replacement or replacement under an encroachment permit. That doesn't really lend itself to not providing service.
Right.
Plan check and inspection, those are also typically smaller. The amount is very nominal. Those are much smaller. So in this particular situation, I don't know what the $134 was related to, but that category shouldn't be coming up all that often.
Right.
Reimbursable repairs are items where a individual has damaged our property in some shape or form, and they receive a bill for the damage that they completed. That one also doesn't lend itself.
And when they don't pay, then we're gonna write it off and lien something, or what are we
Not
gonna?
necessarily. So the items that are being proposed for being written off are 4 years or older. Our remedy would typically be, in these cases, to go to small claims court or turn them
collections.
into some type of credit bureau.
Okay,
The tank or temporary construction water, those are the ones that you would discontinuing service. Now, these could be contractors, they could be water tenders, they could be just about anybody. And that's where we can prevent them from having service in the future till they pay their debt. We can also, now that we have the new deposit in place, take that non-payment from the deposit to resolve this issue. The items that we're writing off right now are all those that exceed the statute of limitations and just have been on the books for a long time. So this is more of an accounting exercise to clean it up.
yeah, I understand the accounting exercise, and I guess, then I would follow, so, company ABC, who has been getting water, as a temporary construction water person, let's just say, and they have outstanding balances. So then they come back to us and you say, okay, let us have the deposit. Now we're gonna take what you owe us out of the deposit. Then would they have to then again,
Re-up their-
replace the deposit?
Correct.
Okay. Is that in policy anywhere?
Yeah, it was in the last fee schedule, wasn't it, Aurora? The deposit?
Yes.
Yeah. It's in
The
the adopted.
deposit, but the idea that we take what is owed out of their deposit.
So generally speaking, if there was a balance owing, a prior balance owing, we would collect that before we issued the permit. So it would be in addition to any deposits.
Understood. So we don't need that then in our policy?
I don't think that you need it.
A statement of whatever, if you can't
They-
play with this if you're not.
Isn't it in the form they sign?
I believe it's in the form.
The naughty list.
You know, the naughty list.
There's a permit application, and that language is in that form. We're almost,
Okay.
and if it's not, we'll put it in there. We'll confirm.
Okay. That was what I wanted us to talk about, and whether that was a good idea or not.
Heck amendment.
The heck amendment, yeah.
Heck amendment.
It's not in there, we will make the
No.
heck amendment.
We'll call it the naughty amendment.
Make motion.
Well, so what kind of motion do you need to
Approve the annual write-off report.
So we've
Oh,
already.
to approve the annual write-off report.
Right.
Okay, I would move that we approve the annual write-off report with the caveat that we have a
Heck amendment.
naughty list, that people are not granted those services until the prior bill has been paid. Something like that.
But that hasn't been agendized.
Well, this thing is agendized.
Well, that would be related to the previous policy. So why don't we do this? I will take a look at the previous policy, Aurora and I will look through the permit application, and we'll ensure that this issue is addressed. And if it's not, we'll bring the item back and do a future
Is
amendment.
that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So I move that, or second, that we approve the annual write-off report.
With the naughty clause.
Yeah, I just want to be clear with, Ricky as the motion maker. We have a resolution. Want to make sure that your intended motion covers adoption of the proposed resolution.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote.
Division one,
Yes.
division two,
Aye.
division four,
Yes.
division five,
Yes.
division three.
Aye.
Thank you, Board, for your patience here. So then, next is these items 4G and 4H. And my questions, I've got some individual questions, so we'll start with 4G. But these community facilities districts in general, I don't think that I've ever seen these before. And so one of the things I asked Jennifer is we could have kind of a workshop or something on these, so we understand what the final liability is and who's paying, get sort of a broader background on it. And, I don't know if anybody else feels like they need that, but.
Is there a liability?
There is a liability associated with both of them still.
Yes.
And Director Heck has an excellent idea, which we have been gearing up to bring forward, is that we will bring forward an item regarding both assessment districts, because there is some re-amortization of the loan associated specifically with Cement Hills that needs to occur. So once we sort through those issues, then we'll bring an item to the board and discuss both of the districts at the same time.
And I thank you. And then one thing that, that our general manager did confirm for me was that at property transfer, these amounts are paid in full, which I wasn't clear about whether they were or not, so I thank you.
On a property transfer?
Sale,
Yeah,
yes.
sale.
Property transfer, yes.
Is that from parents to kids?
I don't know that particular.
Good question. I don't know.
We can look into that.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, I would move approval for item 4G and 4H. Just wanted to have that brief discussion.
I'm sorry, can we take those as separate motions?
Oh, sure.
4G, that's okay.
Okay, I would move approval for item 4G, Community Facilities District Cement Hill Annual Report.
I second it.
Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a vote.
Division one,
Yes.
division two,
Aye.
division four,
Aye.
division five,
Aye.
division three.
Aye.
Let's come along.
Okay, and then, I would move that for approval on item 4H, Annual Report Assessment District for Rodeo Flat.
I'll second that. Chris got the second.
Public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote.
Division one,
Yes.
division three.
Aye.
Where am I? Division four,
Aye.
division five,
Yes.
division three.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done with the consent agenda, and we're gonna take a 10-minute break, or 5 minutes. 5. All right, we'll reconvene at 10. We are gonna call the meeting back to order. Thank you so much. And, we will move on to general orders, the benefits and compensation plan.
Morning, Board. Greg Jones, Assistant General Manager. I'll bring this forward today. What we are bringing forth is the adoption for Resolution 2023-54, ratifying the benefit and comp plan for district directors. The list is in attachment Appendix A at the back of the benefit and comp plan, be page 9. We've been here before now a couple times. On October 25th, we came forth with the final MOU draft for 2024 to 26. On November 8th, we came with a similar benefit and comp plan for the unrepresented employees that was passed and ratified, and this is just sort of the third administrative action to be made for the rest of the NID staff. Everything is generally identified in the staff report with changes to the benefit and comp plan from the previous benefit and comp plan, which is current as of 2023. So by article, with a little note section as to what was changed. Again, kind of, if you remember, we had a full-scale change to this next MOU, and so a lot of different changes, a lot of administrative cleanup, a lot of changes just to language to make it more clarifying for staff to administer and utilize, for employees to read and understand. So this follows along those same lines. And again, it's a 3-year term. The similar COLA and annual COLA representation for the rest of NID staff, which is proposing a 5% COLA at the beginning of January 1st, 2024, and then a range in the next 2 years between 2% and 5%, and the HRA discontinuance. So a very similar package for benefits and comps for unrepresented employees. So with that, any questions?
Any questions?
Nope.
I have a question on the administrative leave.
That was my question.
I wondered, how much, or do you know approximately how much we're paying out annually versus that administrative leave being taken as time off?
I don't know. I don't have that answer. But the intention was that, to give the intent overall with a lot of the administrative leave and just vacation rules was to bring staff to really utilize vacation and time away from the office as much as possible.
Right.
So that was sort of the impetus for that. I don't have the answer on how much is paid out versus how much is utilized, but I think a lot of staff in general mostly utilize those hours with time with family and out of work. Yeah.
The big change that's being presented that's also consistent with the previous MOU of benefits and compensation plan for the unrepresented employees is that no longer staff will be able to roll over administrative leave.
Right.
And this is to address an issue with the IRS code related to constructive receipt. And what constructive receipt is, it's a taxation requirement in that if you are able to accrue a leave in one fiscal year and pay it out in a following fiscal year, you are said to have constructively received it the year that it gets booked. So then you're supposed to be taxed then and taxed again with the actual payment. And so it's a kind of a large IRS mess, and the easiest way to clean that up is to not allow these rollovers.
Yeah. The other just general comment I would make, which I know this is kind of water under the bridge, so I'm not suggesting any changes now, but we have in section 2.1, valuations are only generally 24 months for people who have reached the top step. And I just think it's a good HR practice to review employees every year, whether or not you are at the top step, so that they get the recognition and feedback. So recognize it's part of this and other,
And Greg, you're more knowledgeable regarding the conversation with the union bargaining table related to that. What was their feedback?
The feedback in general was that performance evaluations are valuable
Yeah.
as well,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think most people are given performance evaluations on an annual basis,
Okay, that's.
anyway. I
Okay.
think this just gave sort of a leniency to it.
Like
Yeah, kind
not
of.
greater
bookend.
than.
Right, it wasn't just, that must be every year. Sometimes when you get employees who've been at the top step, and we have a lot of them right now that have been at top step for 5, 6, 7 years,
Right.
you get a supervisor or a manager to give a feedback and a performance review, and, there's been here for many years, right? So sometimes it's redundant, and it's a little bit of a, not cliche, but it just is redundancy, just to get it done. But I think in general, everybody believes that the annual review is the way to go.
But if there was a problem, you would do it immediately.
That's right.
And if there was something that somebody did really
Yep.
stellar job on, that gets recognized.
Right, and part of that is some of the employee recognition work that we've been doing that was a board directive for employee engagement. And we're working with our leadership team to try to understand speaking specifically to recognition, Rich, is what do employees want to see and how do they want to be recognized, how often, over what instances, and so we're working that into just general practice.
Yeah. So I had a question on the projected cumulative cost.
Mm-hmm.
Does that take into the balancing act of less full-time employees?
No, that would be reflected in the overall budget numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's $1 million over 3 years minus whatever.
Correct, but in the terms of this particular agreement, this does not,
Right.
there was no positions lost under this agreement, because there really isn't that many positions.
Right.
I do want to go back and just point out one thing that was defined when the additional steps were given to the directors a couple of years ago. That was always been, and it still reflects in this benefit and comp plan, that it's based on merit.
Mm-hmm.
If you recall, the previous MOU for our ASME employees as well as the unrepresented, that particular step advancement is not necessarily based completely on merit. If you have a performance evaluation coming forth and you're not necessarily less than, needs improvement, right? Then if you don't get your performance evaluation on that annual basis, pretty much on the path to another step within your progression as an employee. This benefit and comp plan for managers and directors, it is based on a merit-based situation. And that was originally intended from the very beginning. So that's just a clarification on it. It's not an automatic adjustment on an annual basis.
That was direction of the board. We didn't.
That was direction from the.
That's right.
Right, so that's reflected.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm ready for.
I have a question. I have a quick
Okay,
question.
Trevor?
So Article 10 on the retirees, can you just give us a high-level refresher of what's the change from the old MOU to this?
Well,
I know we went over this, I just don't have the details.
yeah, don't know if I have.
I'm
Well, it was
mostly-
the older one had a different PERS plan, so that PERS plan was gone, so we had to adjust the PERS plan,
Okay,
right? So it went to gold. There was another plan, I can't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, so that was one adjustment. The HRA composition went away, similar to all the other staff as well.
sure.
Those
Those would seem to be the two big,
are the big ones.
Yeah, and then the life insurance. There's a little bit more complexities to this issue that we're gonna have to discuss in closed session, but we'll bring a full analysis back to the board.
Well-
But those are the main changes in the
we're about to
MOU.
vote on this, so I'll ask my question. So that's the background. The question is, can you share with me how this was conveyed? Who was involved outside of the company? Were former employees consulted? And when it was brought to them, when were they notified and when does it?
Yeah.
What was the time frame between notification to implementation?
So you're referring to the MOU, not the benefit and comp plan to the directors?
I don't know that they're different, but maybe you can educate me that they are.
So,
Yeah, let me jump in here. I want staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but this MOU before you, if adopted, would not affect any retirees.
So this isn't different than what the retirees are working on today.
The concern I heard from the gentleman that spoke during public comment was for prior actions taken by the board that we will agendize for a future discussion.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, I'll ask the same question then.
Perfect, at that time.
At that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I move to adopt a resolution ratifying the 2024 to 2026 benefit and compensation plan, authorizing changes in wages, hours, terms, conditions of employment and for department directors, and authorize the general manager to execute all necessary documentation.
I will second.
Do we have any public comment?
All right, leaders. I have a question about the alternate work schedules. We keep talking about the MOU and what the union says about recognition and all of that, but these are unrepresented employees, is that correct? We're not talking about any union blessing on any of this stuff. So all the union rules don't really apply here, is that correct?
The employees under this particular benefits and compensation plan do not have union representation.
And so my understanding of the administrative leave time is that because managers who are unrepresented sometimes need time off and they need to take care of their own business because they're expected to be at work like all the time because they're supposed to be managing staff and be available to staff, and they should use their administrative time to take care of their administrative business. And now to say, well, you can work a 410 or a 580 or 980 schedule. So if something happens on a Friday and it's that manager's day off or that director's day off, it just gets punted till Monday? I mean, how does that work? Why?
It's still taken care of. It would be taken care of in the same manner as if it happened at 7 p.m. at night. So whether it happens at 7 p.m. on a Thursday evening or 2 p.m. on a Saturday, it's still taken care of.
But generally, managers are supposed to be at work when staff is at work. I mean, managers should be available to staff, to guide staff and mentor staff and be there when staff is there. And so I personally oppose 980 schedules, and no other place I've ever worked with 980 for unrepresented people. Because you're getting paid additional money to be there. And so my concern is, I just want to voice my concern. I know it's already proved, this happens, an approved thing today, but I just want to put on the record that I encourage you to think about that going forward, because it just doesn't seem right. My personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Any other public
You
comment?
cannot.
You can.
I actually have a different question now,
Agenda.
but go ahead.
I'd like to respond to that.
Okay.
So I have found our directors and managers to be very responsive, very responsible, and there when any time is needed. And I have personal information, where they went way beyond to get the job done, to get things corrected. So I'd just like to say, yeah, but we have a good crew, and they're doing a heck of a job, so thank you.
I agree that, the assessment of whether a practice works is how it affects the organization. And as you say, I don't see things dropping because of adjusted schedules, and I don't actually know if anyone in the management team has an adjusted schedule. But I think the other point I would make is that competitive employers have flexibility in how they design their HR program, and it includes things like 980s and whatever modified work schedules, and that you have a bench within the organization that can handle things. Just as if a top manager's on vacation, you've got the bench strength to handle things basically 24/7. And I think that we have that, and I think that a practice like this is a competitive advantage as you're looking at recruitment and retention. So I just offer that perspective.
So I just wanted to confirm something now. I'm not as smart as a lot of people. So Appendix A, which I just found, I guess it's at the end for some reason. This is who we're talking about.
That's right.
Okay. That's it.
That's correct.
I got you. Now my question didn't make any sense. Appreciate
Well-
it. Thank you, Laura, for clarifying.
Okay, any other public comments? All right, we'll take a vote.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Yes.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
Aye.
Board?
Okay, so we are gonna do, item 5B, the budget actuals report. Sandra.
Morning, Megan. Help me set up. Okay, good morning. Sandra Dunlap, Director of Finance here, bringing forward the Q3 budget to actuals. So that is as of September 30th of this year. So a couple months behind, but we're on schedule to bring forward more regularly. And just to follow up a little bit, last time we talked about potentially revising these, and they are not revised in this edition. So some of the revisions to give you a complete financial package would be adding a balance sheet and an income statement. However, this is still status quo, just the budget to actuals. And a little bit behind that is we have the new financial close policy that we adopted back in July. And I said that if we were fully reconciling 100%, then we can add those additional documents. So I just wanted to give you a status update on that. So we're a little over 80% being fully reconciled, so we are very, very close. And a couple of the items that are not, a big one would be the fixed assets, and really we don't do a lot of that work until year end anyways, when projects are complete and we can capture all the expenses for the year. So just stay tuned. I'm really hoping next quarter you will have a complete package, and then we can go over that, the balance sheet. And on the balance sheet, you'll see the liabilities like we talked about earlier, that OPEB liability and the various other liabilities. So today we'll just talk about the Q3 again. This is kind of status quo. Kind of an overall is that we're about 68% of the total inflows and about 63% of the total outflows. And again, you know, a lot of lines go to, well, we're Q3, we should be 75%. But again, we have various lines of business, recreation, you know, revenues come in at a different time than hydro and water. So we're on target though. There's nothing that really stands out. I like to point you all to the summary pages. So we have the summary page by fund and the summary page by department. And those are just a lot easier on the eye. So we have all the system reports behind, and we essentially take those summary totals from, you know, the 100 pages, and we key it into this nice summary so it's easier for you all to see. Some ones that stand out that I'll just point out a few. The budget to actual for the fund summary on the revenue side. Again, we had some one-offs, so the capital fund 15, the water capital fund, there's about a $9,000 insurance claim there. And then in fund 55, another capital fund, there's another insurance claim there. So those are kind of some outliers. You will also see recreation is exceeding revenue. But that is because, you know, again, their busy season has come and gone, so you can anticipate that next quarter just being pretty flat. And then that is it. I don't know if you have any questions on the revenue side. We're pretty in line. And then we'll jump down to the expense summary there.
Wait, I do have a question on the revenue side. So have we received any of our property tax yet?
So the property taxes, we do get a little bit each month, but our big ones come in January and May.
January and May.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew that there was I got my tax bill.
Yes.
I just wondered when you.
Yeah, so we'll get our big payments in January and again
Okay.
in May. And so part of the January payment will be accrued back,
Right.
to December. So again, getting back to that, how do we capture that full year? When we get that payment and payments for January, February, we'll accrue those back to the proper year.
So Nevada County property tax about 11.4 million?
Probably somewhere around there. I think altogether with everything, it's about 16 million.
With Placer County?
16 million,
So-
less.
Yeah, okay. And the trend is, seems to be increasing, like, last few years.
Sure.
Property tax values, yeah,
Like,
2%.
there's that plus
Thanks.
investments on
Yeah.
valuation when they.
Any
People
increment.
are selling, buying, I just want to put it out there that if our county doesn't have water, property values will go down. There'll be less property taxes to us and to the county. So I just want to say how critical this district is to property taxes and
Property
operations,
valuation.
property valuation,
Yeah.
and to the county
Mhm.
and their operations, and especially to ours.
If we don't have delicious hindrances, property values will go down.
That's right.
Sandra, could you talk about on page 1 of the charts, the transfers in from the water fund, 110, for 2022, the actual was 4.4 million. Can you just define where that came from, the sources of that transfer in?
So a lot of those transfers in will be when we reconcile at the end of the year and we're going through the audit. So Fund 10, if you recall, the engineering department is in Fund 10, and so Fund 30 Recreation and Fund 50 Hydro will pay their fair share of Fund 10's expense. So that's most of what it is, but Fund 10 also gets transfers in related to some of the debt payments. So Fund 12, the capacity fees pay their portion, so there's several different transfers going into that.
Okay.
And then we also reconcile Fund 70 at the end of the internal service fund. So if we budget, a certain amount, and then we have to do the reconciliation at the end of the year, if it is different, throughout the year, funds, the water fund, recreation, and hydro all transfer money into Fund 70 to cover those shared costs. Well, if they end up being less, then we transfer back out or into Fund 10, 30, and 50, their money back, so, yeah.
Okay, so that is just a reimbursement fee for service, largely in the engineering services area.
Yeah, and if I recall correctly, for the 2022 year, Fund 70, the expenses did not, we didn't spend all the expenses in Fund 70, so 10, 30, 50, they paid essentially too much into Fund 70, so we gave that back to that. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then the next high-level summary there would be that next chart for the expenses. And a couple things to point out there is our capital funds, so Fund 15, the water capital, and 55, the hydro capital funds. You can see there, 55% and 30%. And again, this is as of 6/30, so a few months behind, and I can tell you that a lot of invoices came in October and November, so we'll see those increase. And if you recall, when we were working through the budget, we did, everybody's favorite word, disencumber, $8.7 million. So that's not reflected in this budget to actual. So the budget here for the capital is still the old budget because we didn't approve that until October. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then down in the transfers out section, you'll see the Fund 12 capacity fees is right at 50%. So that's one of the ones I was talking about. That has a transfer into Fund 10. And that we do when we pay the debt service payment. So right now it should be at 50% because we only pay the debt service twice a year. So we're coming up to paying one here at the end of December again. So that'll catch up. And then the rest of it, 75%, those are all in line with the year. If any of you have any additional questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment about, thank you for the narrative describing why the income and the expenses are off, that it's not 75%, because I'm the first one, it should be 75%. So that was very helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
So can I just clarify on that, the expense summary under the transfers out for 2022, those reflect funding, making the capital transfers to funds 15 and 55 for that year.
For 2022?
Yeah.
I
Would have to go back and.
yeah, but did this include transfers in this expenditure table? I think this actually looks like just expenses to me and not transfers.
Okay, so 30.
No, the transfers out is below.
Bottom section.
Yeah, it's out the bottom.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Transfers
Okay.
out 30, the actual expense for 22 was almost 39 million.
That was funding of the capital, reserve amount. Yeah, so that's why those amounts are so large. You wouldn't likely see that large of a transfer out amount again in future years unless we have some gigantic problem.
Yeah.
And 22 was a unique year as well because the district established all of the capital funds and Fund 70. So there were a lot of transfers.
A lot of this
Yeah,
kind of stuff,
yeah. Okay, just wanted to confirm. Okay. Well, I would just echo Chris's comment about the narrative and the timeliness of this, Sandra, because there were times it was a lot longer till we saw the quarterly. So this is really puts us, I think, on a good track for having regular updates for the board. I appreciate it.
Oh, and you will notice Corey's name on here. He's our new budget analyst, and he actually drafted these, and we were able to work through them together. So kudos to
job.
Corey. He's catching on very quickly. So
Yeah, nice job.
help. He's not in here. No,
Okay.
he's probably watching, but
Nice job.
thank you.
Watching.
Breath of fresh air.
Okay.
Yes.
You got that right.
Do you want a motion for the receive and file on this one too?
So,
Recommend that?
yeah, I recommend it for financial items in particular.
Okay, then I would move that we receive and file the budget to actual reports for fiscal year 2023, quarter three, for the period of date ending September 30th, 2023.
I'll second.
Do we have any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote.
Division 1,
Yes?
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
Yes.
Division 3.
Aye.
Quick back and forth.
Okay, Monica, our recreation cost analysis, thanks for being. Got lots of stickies, so ready for you now.
So, I'm here today to discuss the cost analysis, one of the items on the 2023 strategic plan, and then go into recreation rates, and then talk a little bit about campground and recreational lands that NID is responsible for. They're all kind of related, so I just threw it all in the bucket. So, let's see, let me just Okay, so I know one of the items that we've been discussing, or I've heard through the grapevine, through the board meetings, is the cost, what it's gonna cost for us to raise, what's that percentage to raise the rates in order to get us some type of cost recovery? And I did include that in the NID recreation rates. I gave you an option for our increase for this year, and also put a cost recovery. It's about 55% if we wanted to get to a place where expenditures and revenues kind of mesh together closer than what they do now. I do want to go over the recreation revenue expenditure sheet that I've included. And it goes from 2017 to 2022. Looking at the revenue, 2019 was a really good year for us, and then COVID hit. And we were closed half the year in 2020. We weren't able to rebound. 2021, we were bouncing back a little bit as far as revenue. And 2022, we bounced back a little bit more. Some things we need to consider in 2021 and 22 is that we stopped with the upper division. So that was a loss of about $140,000, $160,000 a year of revenue, which you know, would make my numbers look a lot better, but it's okay. So then you go down and you look at my general expenses, or the recreation general expenses. And I really try not to spend a lot of money, but I just do. Darn it, exactly, that's the problem. I will tell you, over the last, I think, year and a half, I have actually been coding my own invoices, so I can see all of my expenses. Part of that is because I didn't have a recreation assistant, and then I decided not to hire a person back because I've been doing it on my own. But it really opened my eyes, and now I feel like you could ask me a question on my expenditures, and I'd be like, I could answer that question because I am very familiar with all the money that I spend. And I recommend it to all the directors, because it's an eye-opener. Even though it hasn't really helped me lower anything, but I mean, the expenditures are what they are. I mean, I don't consider that we're in any way I'm not overspending, you know, as far as keeping the recreation facilities at a level where I and NID feel they should be, because I think they're all beautiful and they're all safe and the public loves them. And I think we're at a place, as far as expenditures, my first couple years, I feel like I had a lot of projects going on. My first 2 years, I spent probably over $1.5 million in boat slips for Long Ravine and Orchard, and we've done a lot of stuff. You know, we did our retaining wall at Scotts Flat, I'm so proud of, and there was a lot of deferred maintenance that had to happen. And I think we're at a point now where we still have some deferred maintenance, but it's not a huge cost. It's stuff that staff can do, and we don't have to hire it out. So I think in the future, and also because I'm looking at every single invoice that comes across my desk and every penny that's spent, I'm very aware. And then if you pop down and you see the indirect expenses, that's my Fund 70. So that's what Recreation pays, exactly, my fair share to the other departments.
Is that prorated as to employees or to?
It's a blended calculation of employees and revenue.
So maintenance would be higher?
Right, maintenance, Fund 10 is the highest, then Fund 50, then 30.
So they all get their proportion.
Exactly.
So in previous years, that wasn't allocated out. The water fund was paying all overhead expenditures. Once Fund 70 was in place, that's when now it is cost allocated by fund.
Yes, so that's why I have that hit 2022.
I'll hold that question.
So your actual expenditures are the bottom two lines added together?
Yes, it would be the 2.3 million and the 1 point.
I just suggest in a summary to have that.
Okay.
What do you say?
It's total outflows.
Total out.
Yes.
Director Calder's just recommending we put basically a total outflow.
Yeah, because that's the gap
Yeah.
that somebody's got to make up.
Yeah.
I just noted, Monica, that from the budget report, I think the actual rec income this year is 2.44 million. So we made that increase last year in rates, and it doesn't look like it hurt business at all.
No. It did not.
We've had this discussion for the past 4 years.
Exactly. And also, we need to, because of COVID, a lot of our larger groups, we have a lot of church groups that come in, a lot of NA and AA groups that come in, they stopped. And so this year, we had tons plus more. And so we were packed. I felt like from May to when school starts mid-August, it was like there were so many people, and then we hit August 15th, and it's like, what are because it was mainly just weekends, you know, but yeah, I feel like we were packed. Yeah, good.
Do you track like a monthly vacancy rate?
No, we don't.
It'd just be interesting to know, like, is that the most you could ever make because it's full?
Yeah, well, I mean, no, because we could probably make more if we could figure out a way to fill between August and the end of September, mid-October. That's where, from May to the school starting, which is mid-August, all the campgrounds are fully, and then we go down.
You could probably calculate vacancy rate because you know what the occupancy rate is.
Exactly, yeah, I mean, we could figure it out on our reservation system.
Two things, so the government has a lot of people, they're looking for places to put. They're coming across the border. Anyway, no, not gonna.
We're not doing that.
So you couldn't open the upper division for quite a while.
This year.
How much did that hurt?
We have diehards up at Foshery, and as long as we can clean the bathrooms, they're gonna come.
We didn't open until the end.
But we didn't open until the end of June, but we stayed open a little bit longer.
Yeah, okay.
So we kind of made it up on the back end, so it balances out.
So in a good year, good September, October, you could stay open a little later.
Exactly, yeah. It's just once the winter starts to come in, and, you know, we need to make sure that we can fully close down all the facilities properly.
Gotcha.
My losses? I'm trying. So, yes.
All the recovery from 2 years of people not doing it.
That's,
You're doing well.
that's the key.
It's actually the overhead allocation. I mean, you're doing fine, really.
Yeah, it's
It's the overhead allocation that
I got
hurts you, but it's the right way to
Exactly.
estimate cost and
Totally.
profitability of a business line.
Exactly.
We have to know what it is.
Yeah,
You gotta know.
exactly.
And that it looks like you're 10% over this year, and that was the increase, right?
That we did last year.
Yeah, we did 10% last year, and truly, you get a couple people that have some heartburn with it, but for the most part, for the amount of people that are coming through the campgrounds, we didn't get a lot of issue.
I'd be cautious benchmarking versus last year versus pre-COVID, because they're still coming back, right? So you can't, that's why I asked the vacancy rate or occupancy rate is, let's project with the new pricing, what it'll look like when it's back to 2019.
Exactly, yeah, and we're getting close.
Price of gas, people don't want to go up much higher.
Oh, but it's been
I mean,
dropping.
they'll come here because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Monica, I have a question. I discussed this with Jen a little bit, and what would you feel about doing a program of like a 3-year set of increases? So whatever the board decides on, so, you know, whatever it's 8, 10, 5, whatever, but do it for 3 years so that you wouldn't have to come back, A, each year, and 2, so you'd have a budget that you kind of could be more reliant on.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
You can adjust as needed.
And
Yeah,
if there was an adjustment needed up or down, we could do that. But to set it as in a 3-year time span, it seems
You wouldn't get to
efficient.
see me.
What?
You wouldn't get to see me.
Well, no, we would.
Have a special
Play.
No, that would be fine too. I don't have an.
Is that helpful to you, or does it not make a difference?
I think it's helpful. I mean, because we kind of know where we need to get to, and we know, you know, what it's gonna take to get there.
Yeah.
You know, something we can't do all at once, but we can do it.
Right.
Incremental.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking,
That's
like,
the way.
you know, my thought was do 10% a year for 3 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here.
And then if, you know, if there's adjustments that needed, or occupancy begins to
Yeah.
fall or something like that, then.
Exactly, or when I do my rate comparison, if I notice that we're way over
Yeah,
what everyone else is, then we can make some changes that way too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that at all.
That was my idea, to get to inch closer to the 55, rather than doing the 55 this year.
Oh, right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we've also had this thing of, we haven't reached that magic threshold where the people start balking the price, right?
Exactly.
It's actually the other way around, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, we're still extremely competitive, and for what we're giving, I mean, one of the issues we do have is that unfortunately, we are surrounded by a lot of federal campgrounds,
Right.
which are
Subsidized.
$24 a night. So, but a lot of those campgrounds, some do, but a lot of them don't have a lake.
Right.
You know, they don't have flushing toilets.
Right.
So, I mean, we do running water, stuff like that. So we have other
Yeah,
things.
we have amenities that exceed
Exactly,
what tourist
exactly.
campgrounds have. I mean, that was my thinking about the 10% a year for 3 years, so that you'd have a consistent budget, start inching closer to where we need to be.
Yeah, I agree, and I looked at the campground comparison, I appreciate you putting that
Yes.
together.
Collins Lake.
Collins Lake
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
so I picked out, of course, the high ones, Collins Lake and Lake Francis, but I also look at like, where was it, Camp Far West, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
so.
They don't have green trees.
Our friends
Yeah,
at
yeah.
South Center might take exception.
And a lot of times too, because I was just at Rancho Seca this last weekend, it's down past Rancho Murrieta, a beautiful campground, but it's literally out in the middle of nowhere. And, I think their day use is $12, camping is $30 to $40. And you have a beautiful lake, but you're out in the middle of nowhere. So we're all of our campgrounds are truly easy access. I mean, Upper Division, maybe not so much, but everything we have down here is easy access.
Yeah, I think that the quality that you have established at our campground warrants the price. And if you know, some places like Camp Far West, what are they gonna do, plant trees? You know, they can't do anything about that. But, we are at the higher end, and I think we should charge accordingly, and I like Ricky's 3-year plan.
I like it too.
Thank you.
A couple of things that I did want to talk about, as far as rates, is I know that, we have, one of the topics has been, credit card fees.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when we think about credit card fees, we have, there's several things that go into my credit card, or recreation credit card fees. I have my Square, and I did just run a report yesterday, from January 1st through December 10th. Our fees have been $42,700 and change.
42,000?
But if we had credit cards through Wells Fargo, it would be the same or more.
Right.
I think, Sandra, I think I've spent $80,000 so far, $82,000, and what is considered bank fees, but that is also, I have online reservations, they take a chunk, so that money gets plopped in there. That money gets transferred to PayPal, so PayPal gets a chunk. So my goal for 2024 is to try to figure that piece out, see if I could get rid of PayPal and not have to pay PayPal fees and just directly the recreation reservation system deposit into our accounts, figure out a way to get rid of the middleman. I have negotiated with Square a lesser percentage. It's gonna save us $5,000 to $8,000, but for next year, but at least it's a little something.
Yeah, good.
On our credit cards, we really do try to push credit card transactions. One, because it's simple, it's easy, since we've had Square, no backups at the gates. It's easy, they tap, go. And truly, it is better and safer for us not to have cash.
Right.
So there is a convenience for the customer to use their credit card, but there's also a convenience for us, because then we don't have to worry about anything.
A number of restaurants in Sacramento are no longer, they're cashless now.
Yeah,
For
and
that very reason.
And with the Square, once they do the transaction, because Square's all over, most of them already have some type of email or cell phone in there, so their receipt automatically goes to them. So it's, you know, it looks like it's costly, but it is truly, there is a benefit to NID and to us
It's an insurance.
in recreation.
Do we pass those fees through to the customer, or do we absorb those fees in our, I can't remember, I know.
We do have.
Okay, we do.
We have, a reservation fee, and it's not refundable, and it's $10. I did increase it to $12 this coming year. That kind of is a cost recovery for like our online and customers calling in, what it takes
Yeah, right.
an employee, a staff to do it. So that's kind of where that recovery is. But in the future, we're going to Tyler, and I am going to be looking at going that route as well too, even though I do love Square. And just just.
But right now, the district is paying those fees.
Exactly,
Out of your,
Yes.
okay, out of the revenue.
So one thing I observe is that more and more companies, especially either public sector or quasi-public sector, they give you two options. You can pay with your credit card, and the credit card fee is built in as a percentage straight away to the charge, so you can choose to use your credit card, or you give a bank account information. And
Which doesn't have
PG&E is
fees.
that way, correct. It's free. You use you direct debit from your bank account. So I don't know if we could program our system to accommodate that, but, I mean, that's what I see more and more, is that companies are not accepting that they're gonna get hit with that 3.5 or whatever percent it is. I mean, I don't know how you deal with that with Square, having been a Square user or a merchant, but.
Yeah, I don't know how we could, I'm sure there's a way we could fit it.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Square can work it too.
Yeah, and probably maybe the new software system can do something as well, since we're, you know.
I mean, that's a lot of money, 42,000 a year.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, and just to kind of, because I ran.
No, I'm not saying it's not cash or a credit card, it's just cash or pay out of your, credit card you pay out of your bank.
Yeah.
Because I agree that safety factor is really important, and the accuracy, the ability to work with the data is so much easier.
Exactly. And just some numbers, because I was crunching numbers yesterday and I thought this was really interesting. And since we have been trying to really push using a credit card, from January through December 10th, credit card users, $1.1 million we've received in credit cards. Cash, $444,000. So our cash has really dropped, which is good. And then checks, the $288,000, but that's just, from season passes and stuff like that. So I just thought that was really interesting, because the majority is paying with their card, which is something that we want. And also too, at the end of the night, staff balances out. And when we were using not last year, but the year before, when we had, I think it was Tri-Counties, sometimes when you use a credit card, at the end of the night when you balance, it doesn't show up in your transaction. So it was very difficult for staff to balance, and I was paying overtime because people were getting off at 10, but were really staying until 11 to try to balance out their drawer. And Square takes care of all that. Staff only has to balance cash. So it's really convenient. I mean, there's a cost associated, but there is a convenience for us.
Yeah.
So just wanted to let you know that, because I thought that was I'm like, that's a lot of money. But
Nicely done.
it is what it is. And then moving on to the campground and recreational lands. This topic has come up, wanting to know, what campgrounds NID has, and I kind of threw in, just because Jackson Meadows, we have US Forest Service as well, and, we do help them out the last couple of years. So, and we have most of our campgrounds are under FERC, and then we do have Scott's Flat. Right now, Scott's Flat is not under anything. I mean, it was under the Davis-Grunsky Act, which expired in 2012. It was a lot like reading through all the paperwork that was written in 1965. That makes so much sense. It was a lot like FERC.
Yeah.
They gave us like $4.6 million. Most of that went to hydro, or I don't know if we really had an established hydro department at that point. So I don't know, I can't say it went to hydro, but it went to whatever was developing hydro at the time. And then $875,000 went to campgrounds. And basically they kind of told you, okay, you need to put a bathroom here, you can have 8 sites here. So it was kind of a lot like what FERC, kind of their restrictions. But like I said, that's since been expired. But up in the Jackson Meadows area, the only campgrounds that actually belong to NID we own the dump station, which doesn't make any money.
Before we get to that.
Exactly. Aspen Group Campground, Silvertip Campground, and then down below, Foshery. And then,
Dispersed camping.
and then we have, we do have a lot of dispersed camping. We do have Bowman Campground, which is a dispersed campground, but it does have, fire rings and, bear boxes, and there is a vault toilet there. So that's one of our responsibilities, but everything else is owned by US Forest Service, but it is within our FERC.
And we operate those, or the Forest Service?
No, well, we operated up until 2 years ago, and then we gave Forest Service back their campgrounds, and then
So what's
we're,
listed as NID here is what we operate.
exactly.
We
Yeah.
pay through a concession agreement back to the US Forest Service,
Yeah.
operate the rest.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So, that's what we have here. So as far.
Appreciate you pulling this.
Oh,
together.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
So Mike, I have a request.
Sure.
I would like to, well, assuming that we got the 10% for 3 years, we can't.
We can't.
It was only put on the agenda for 2024, so if the board desires to do it for 3 years, we would just bring a secondary item back on consent for 2020.
We could do that.
Okay, and then just, could we see a pro forma that would then project the operating deficit with those increases taking place?
Yeah,
Figure it out.
we can, yes, we can do that.
So, next time. Oh, and I just wanted to, because I forgot to print it out. There was a question going around of where our campers and day users come from.
Right.
It's very difficult to do day users because we don't ask for their information when they come through the gate. It's like, get them in, get them out, you know. But as far as our campers, 29% come from the Sacramento area. 23% come from the Bay Area. Local is only 15%.
Wow.
So, but these numbers are for, our online, because we don't really track addresses like on our drop-ins. So that could probably go up, you know, maybe 20%. I separated, Lincoln and Roseville, put them together, Lincoln area, Loomis, 13%. And then Truckee to Reno, because I kind of was just doing areas, 7%, Marysville, Yuba City, 7%. And then we just had some oddballs. But yeah, that was it. That was interesting.
Wait, thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Really instructive.
So we could advertise in the Sacramento and the Bay Area for increased occupancy.
If we have to, but it doesn't sound like we have to.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I just need to figure out that.
The
Yeah.
school districts don't go back to that.
yeah, just say school's out, campgrounds are open, fishing's great. We don't stock the lake, so, and they,
No, we don't ourselves, but we do get stocked every once in a while.
we could advertise that.
Yeah, yeah.
So Monica, my only, question each year is about dispersed camping.
Yes.
And this year this time I was thinking about it again. Do you have a feeling for what it costs us to manage those, maintain them? Those areas that we don't get any income from?
Well, we have fine-tuned a lot of stuff up there. I remember my first year we took over, I took over the upper division, and I feel like, I look back now and I'm like, oh my gosh, I had so much staff up there. Literally, nowadays, we have, I have one temporary employee that works 32 hours a week in just the Jackson Meadows, campground areas, just to make sure our campgrounds that we have with reservations have clean bathrooms and stuff like that. And then dispersed camping in the area, so that's Bowman corridor up to Fauchery, to the end of Bowman, to the other side of the dam. We have 3 employees that just work, each employee works 1 day a week. So we have 3 days out in the Bowman corridor.
Because I remember, was it the first year of COVID or the second year of the trash situation?
Yeah, that's changed because I think we've gotten back to the traditional camper for a brief moment there, everyone wanted to just get out of their house and remembered when they were a kid and wanted to go camping, but they didn't remember the rules.
Like take your trash home.
Exactly. I mean, we still have that issue, but a lot of it is in campgrounds that we don't, dispersed campgrounds that we don't, manage anymore. So it's Forest Service. We do help them out because I tell my staff, well, please just check their bathrooms just to make sure. I don't want a dirty bathroom anywhere, even if it's not ours. And it only takes 5 minutes to clean a bathroom. So, we do check, but we don't spend hardly any amount of time.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's, that's been irritating me since we've had this discussion about this.
Yeah, even in our regular campgrounds, that first year, the end of 2020 and 2021, I mean, you'd get the camper that bought everything brand new and then just leave it. We don't have that anymore. I mean, we're truly back to the traditional camper.
Good.
Resale.
Yeah.
Campground yard sale.
Exactly.
Are we ready for Ricky's motion?
Ricky's motion?
The amendment. I would move that we increase the rates for the coming year at 10%, and then ask staff to bring back, following 2 years at 10%.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Take a vote. Public comment? Item? Okay, seeing none, we'll take a vote.
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
Aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica.
Yes, good job.
It's always fun having you.
It is.
Recreation's fun.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so item 5D, reorganization of the board for 2024, and appointment of the secretary. I would like to start by just saying thank you so much for my year as El Presidente.
And thank you.
It was a thrill. And I personally would like to nominate Rich Johansson to be our next president.
And I would second that.
Justin, do we have to do each one separately?
You can, if
Can we
you like.
combine them all together?
You can do them all together if you like, or you can do them separate.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Ricky Hack as vice president.
Oh, well, thank you.
I'll second it.
And I'll nominate Chris Stepanian to keep on doing a great job.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on.
And I second Chris's nomination, board secretary.
So board, unfortunately, this is not in the agenda, but we will bring back appointment of district treasurer. We'll talk and potentially bring it back.
Oh, yeah.
That's another office that customarily is appointed.
I remember that.
Jennifer is currently your district treasurer.
She's doing a great job.
I'd like to nominate.
We'll discuss offline and.
Yeah, we have to figure out if we have to have it appointed. I don't recall in previous years it being appointed, but I've been wrong.
Okay.
Well, and I would just like to say thank you, Karen, so much. And thank you, Rich, for your time, because I know it's extra time to do what you're doing. And I've really appreciated.
And I commend Karen, just beautiful job.
She's been fantastic.
Here,
Thanks,
Yeah,
Rich.
I think.
Here, Karen.
Thank you for the hints on
Well, you made us better directors.
And you almost got your eye solid.
You got-
Yeah, I
got it
know.
once.
Yeah.
Work on.
For the.
I know,
For the-
I know.
Okey dokey. So, are we making a motion then?
We've had motions for all three offices.
Okay.
Roll call comment.
So,
Well, you've had nominations.
Nominations.
so now we need a
Oh,
motion.
that's right.
Oh,
One motion maker for all three offices.
Okay.
I'll also move for all three offices. You want me to name them?
It's Rich for president, Ricky for vice president, and Chris for secretary.
Okay. My motion.
Any public comment on this? Oh, I'll second it too. Okay, yes, vote.
Division 1,
Yes, aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 3.
aye.
God, English.
Okay.
Hey.
So, our next item is our hydro financial overview, and thank you very much, Keith, for all the work that you put in. And, we're looking forward to the discussion.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks for having me today. I'm Kean Summers. Oh, I turned it off. Oh, that's a bad start already. I was gonna apologize. I'm a little more nervous than normal. And this is, a lot of work has gone into this. So, and before we start, I want to make sure and thank a couple of people. Catherine Schwartz over in Hydro really helped pull the meat of the presentation together. And then the finance team really went above and beyond. Sandra, Catherine, Desiree, and Corey all contributed to these reports. And this is absolutely a group effort. So
Really appreciate it. It was really well done.
excellent. Thank you.
Really well done.
It was
Good.
And it was worth the wait. I agree, Rich.
Chris, pull up the presentation. All right, so, and this is a workshop, of course, so we can definitely have more conversational sort of discussion here. I can certainly speak through all of these slides without interruption, but I would prefer not to, so let's have a discussion.
Just make a comment too for members of the public who are here for this topic. Feel free to come up to the podium and ask questions as we're going through the workshop.
This is a workshop.
No action will be taken.
All right, Chris, I'm not getting anywhere, so, there we go. All right, so just a brief outline. As I was pulling this together, it kind of falls into 4 discrete parts, right? There were a whole bunch of different things that we tried to wrap into this conversation. First, part 1 is we're going to talk about historic financials for the entire department by year. One of the things that I did want to point out is you'll see 2013 is skipped in all of the analysis here because that's the year that we transferred from the old PG&E agreement to the power purchase agreement. So it's kind of a combination of apples and oranges. I also want to make sure that we don't try and compare the early period to the late period because, again, it's apples and oranges in terms of revenue structure, in terms of revenue streams, and then the number of people that were in the department. Second thing we're going to talk about is kind of an individual review of expenses and revenue by the powerhouse. Part 3, we're going to discuss the water delivery related expenses, those expenses that if the hydropower plants weren't built would still exist. And then part 4, we're going to try and talk about the future a little bit. We're going to get into crystal ball territory there, so you'll have to bear with me on that. Just a quick overview of the department. I add Deer Creek to this slide, even though we don't know a whole lot about how it's going to perform, but I did want to make sure and point out that it's interesting to note where Deer Creek is going to fall in our portfolio in terms of annual generation. Significant amount of generation out of that plant, and it comes at the time of the year when power is more valuable. Those late summer sort of months are when power rates tend to go up.
And the age of the plant.
And the age of the plant. It is a bit of an outlier there when you look at it. So.
Yeah, but didn't you say it's gonna run another 100 years?
I do everything I can.
It has leather gaskets. So.
It has leather gaskets, yeah.
Get out. Is this something that we get to visit?
Yes, we get to go visit.
Yeah, when do we get to see?
It's hard to get
Our
there.
field trip.
Yeah, we probably have to take you 2x2 out there. It's a 4-wheel drive.
And let's do it in the summer because it is in a cold, dark hole in the bottom of the canyon out there. So it's tough to get to.
The magic number for clean versus non-clean for carbon offset credits, 30 megawatts?
With a few exceptions, yeah, generally the 30 megawatts.
So everything Deer Creek and below?
Dutch Flat and below. Dutch Flat's renewable as well.
Oh, okay.
So
why is Dutch Flat is one of the exceptions?
No, because it's smaller, less than the 30 megawatt cutoff.
Oh, I'm looking in the middle row. I got you. That's an average, over 3 years.
Yeah, so the first column is the plant capacity. So what we could do at maximum output. The second column is our annual generation over that 5-year period, and then just the third column, again, the year it was constructed.
So only Chicago Park falls into that, less than favorable.
Correct, yeah, yep.
Do we save money by going down?
Save money by going down.
Under 30?
The power that's sold from there is more valuable because you can generate renewable energy credits with it. So, the other powerhouses generate those credits, Chicago Park does not. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that capacity really isn't a good way to judge the powerhouses. You can see that even though it's twice the size, Dutch Flat number 2 annually generates less power than Rollins. And that's just the way that they're operated, when water's available, how it's available, our agreements with PG&E and what water they move through Dutch Flat number 1. So
That was the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah.
Reading this, because I was, okay, Rollins only 12, you know, blah, blah, blah. Then I asked Jennifer, I said, and how much does that have to do with PG&E water that just goes through Rollins that we get a use out of?
And it's kind of all over the place by year, depending on how PG&E is managing their water, depending on what the imports look like, demands. It's a lot of work to balance it all out, so.
That was really good news for me.
Yeah. So the budget, we have about 30 people in the department in 2024, and some of these numbers you're aware of, but we have 13 jurisdictional dams, 5 conveyances, 8 diversions, and about 9 miles of power line that the department also supports. That's the Bowman transmission line from Bowman Lake to the Spalding intertie there. All right, so with that quick introduction, we'll jump into historic revenue. And this was a bit tough to pull together because there's, and I know that the 1983 on the next slide or two it caused a lot of questions, but this is all out of historic audits. We sat down and reviewed 30, 40 years of historic audits page by page to try and tease some of this information out. Historically, electricity produced by the Yuba Bear project. So that's your Chicago Park, Dutch Flat number 2. When Rollins was built, that got rolled in, and then when Bowman was built, it got rolled in. That was sold to PG&E. What we got for that was debt service on the bonds to build the project, and then all of the costs associated with operations and maintenance. It was essentially, we called it the hell or high water contract. They would pay for anything that went wrong out there, just to get things back together. So that agreement ended in July of 2013. Now, in addition to that, we got a little bit of money out of the Rollins Powerhouse. That's roughly 4 mils, which is $4 per megawatt hour out of Rollins. An average price to use for today is about $30 to $40 a megawatt hour, so pretty low over that time frame. But again, they were paying for the O&M costs as well, so profit was small. And then when Bowman was built, it was built with a standard offer power purchase agreement where revenue was sold to, or excuse me, power was sold to PG&E. Revenue came across to the water fund. And then that agreement ended in December of 2016. I haven't included revenue from Combe North, Combe South, or Scotts Flat on this slide because that was all run by the water department at that time, and it is, I'm sure it's in those audits somewhere, but exactly how much it was is buried. So
They didn't keep the records you guys did?
they're in there. It just, as we're pouring through historic information, it didn't seem to be the board's intention to comb through every dollar that we earned in the the late 1900s. So. Go to the next slide. So the 1983 revenue example, I know that threw some of you for a loop as you saw the example. What I did is put it in here so we could kind of have some context as to what was driving the costs here. So all of these numbers on the Yuba Bear are shown as revenue in historic audits. So debt service that we paid out came to us from PG&E as a revenue, and then we passed it through.
That was very confusing.
Yep. Same for the operations and maintenance. So we would send them a bill that said, we spent this much money. They would then pay us for that, and it would show up as revenue. And then, of course, the smaller portion of Rollins there. The debt service remained relatively the same throughout the life of the payment back to us. So when you see huge increases over on the next slide in revenue, what you're actually seeing is increases in the operations and maintenance costs. And so that's how you can kind of tie this all together. So, that introduction, this is,
So, before we,
yeah.
1983, the only, for the, excluding Rollins, the top half of that, that is, we're only claiming revenue, which is monies PG&E gave us to basically operate and maintain the facility. There's nothing additional.
So there was the debt service and then the operations
Yeah,
and maintenance.
those two things.
That's what made up the revenue from the Yuba Bear project back in the day.
Gotcha.
So, so what you can see is what those revenue numbers were historically here, and that's a fairly tiny slide. What you can see is that the revenue peaks when we have problems, right? So we have the flood in the 1986, sort of 87 timeframe. So making those repairs, operations and maintenance expenses go up, revenue goes up. Towards the end of the power purchase agreement, the Dutch Flat number 2 powerhouse was rewound. That's a significant expense, which translates to a significant revenue. So you can see the revenue kind of increase over time, which, as I've mentioned, is essentially the operations and maintenance expenses increasing over time. So
What was in it for NID during those years?
So PG&E essentially paid to build the projects.
What's in it for NID at that time is, at the end of the contract,
We own it.
you own it.
You own it.
Okay,
Yep.
gotcha.
Yep.
You're building, your capital.
Yep. Yeah.
Kean, I'm curious about the Dutch Flat 2 rewind. That seems to be short for the life of the facility. Do you agree, or is that
30 years?
anticipated?
No, so a typical life of a powerhouse rewind is about 30 years. Yeah.
You don't see that on any of the other facilities? Are they there and you just didn't call them out?
So they may have been rewound prior to that. So they may have been, I'd have to look to be sure, but so in a 30-year lifespan, built in the 60s, you would have expected a rewind in the 90s. So yeah, no, I don't know why those didn't show up as much, so, yeah. All right, so that's historic revenue. Any questions about that?
No, this is great context.
Okay, so this is where we are today, where we earn our revenue for these powerhouses. Chicago Park, Dutch Flat number 2, Rollins, and Bowman are all rolled into the availability-based contract that we have with PG&E. That's the agreement that expires in June 2033. Doesn't matter how much we generate under those contracts in terms of megawatt hours. It only matters that we could generate. And that was the board's decision at the time. They wanted a contract that kind of insulated us from drought, was kind of the big thought. They wanted a more steady revenue stream that could be counted on, instead of trying to chase the highs and lows throughout the life of the contract.
But we do take a hit on for the downtimes, right?
Outages?
Outages.
Not if they're consistent with the outage schedules in the contract.
Yeah, so we get a certain number of excused outage hours per year. And so it kind of varies powerhouse by powerhouse, but it's about 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
For the conversation for Chicago Park that's coming up, that we will take a hit on that outage.
So in addition to the routine planned outages, they have what's known as major maintenance, that can happen, and I think that caps at $5,000 per year, 5,000 hours per year, or in a 5-year period across all the powerhouses. It's kind of a bit oddly worded, and we're gonna have to put some serious thought into how long the powerhouse is gonna be down. But there will be a revenue hit during that period. We also need to be cognizant of when we have this, when we do this rewind, because different months are worth different dollars. The Sanders presentation earlier about the year-to-date actuals, the hydroelectric department, we earn about 40% of our revenue in July, August, and September. Those are our 3 months where we absolutely must be available and ready to generate.
That's why the outages are generally September, October.
Exactly, yep.
So is that what you're looking for the rewind?
So we're gonna have to do the math on exactly how long it is, because January, February, March, April are all pretty low value months. So there's still value in September and October. We're just gonna have to do the math when we figure out exactly what the scope is and how long it's gonna take. So I would assume that it will happen in the early spring when power prices are very low.
And I was encouraged to see, I thought originally we said it was gonna be offline for a year, but this one says it's only 8 weeks, is that correct?
I don't remember it being as short as 8 weeks, but, yeah, we'll get to that.
Read 8 weeks somewhere in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's shorter than I had hoped, so I think we're in good shape. Other powerhouses, output from Deer Creek and Combe South is sold to NCPA. They're essentially passing it through to the city of Lodi. It's entirely a market-based contract, meaning we get paid based on the CAISO, the independent system operator, the node price that we generate into, and then we get a certain dollar amount for the RECs that are generated, the renewable energy credits for it. Scotts Flat is under the PG&E's Res BCT tariff, and I don't recall what that spells out to, but essentially it's almost a net metering sort of agreement where power generated at Scotts Flat is then credited in a dollar for dollar basis at the district's other sites that electricity is used.
Isn't that the Aretha Franklin?
It is.
Tariff? Yeah.
Yep, so.
It's up to the top 50 meters that are under your name.
Yeah.
So the power generated at Scotts Flat, the money that we would typically get paid, instead of getting paid, it offsets our bills for our top 50.
Oh, sure, okay.
Water treatment plant.
Yeah.
Building.
Got it,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, and it works out extremely well. It's essentially,
It's an administrative nightmare, but it's a good.
it's a good night. Yes. But essentially, we're selling our power at retail prices instead of wholesale prices. So it's an excellent credit. I don't think PG&E likes it a lot. I think that's why
PG&E does not like it.
Why they make it a bit of an administrative nightmare and fighting through it. And it is difficult to get signed up for. So
Does it expire?
No.
So it's like
Will they pay us to make it go away?
We haven't had that conversation. The PUC mandates that they have the program, so it's not necessarily.
You would have to get rid of the program.
Yeah.
How many of the 50, do we have the program full?
We do. We have, I want to say, when we signed up for this, we have 55, 57 meters, something like that. So we have a few meters that still hang out off of it, so.
We still have the power batteries going in?
Oh, at the treatment plants?
And
Yes.
how's that gonna offset that?
So they're more about load shifting than demand reduction. So they will change the time that the power is needed, but they won't change the overall demand.
So you get
But
off
they
of.
will be cheaper. I mean.
Oh, I see where he's going.
They will shift
The batteries will be
some of the
operating,
usage to a different time of the day.
recharging in a cheaper period of time.
Yep. So there will be a little bit of a hit. I don't anticipate it being huge, so.
We don't get paid out.
No, because PG&E is always changing the tariffs
Yep.
to accommodate all the solar on the market. So they continuously change the peak use of time. It bounces around quite a bit.
So it's not dollar to dollar,
This just depends on what,
nightmare.
And then the last Combe North agreement is just the historic tariff that PG&E used for renewable resources at the time that it was signed. That expires late next year, and obviously thumbed through the presentation, so you can see we need to have some conversations about what we do there. So we'll get to that when we get there. All right, so here I have historic revenue from 2022, just to kind of give you an example of the magnitude of all these different pieces. This page doesn't match the total on the previous page because it does include revenue that we get from the South Sutter Water District agreement that we signed with them. And it also includes revenue that we get from Gray Rock Hydro, which is the folks that bought the Hayford Powerhouse. So they pay.
Right.
They did?
They did, yep.
Wow. So glad we did not buy that.
So glad.
I'm still glad.
I think they had a pretty fantastic year this year, so.
Did they really?
Well, there was a tremendous amount of.
Yeah, it was a lot of water.
Run of the river.
Yeah. So,
They're happy.
Yeah, so they pay 57.14% of the cost of the transmission line, so. Any questions about these numbers, or? All right. And so then I've given you the historic revenue from 2014 to 2022, just so you can kind of get an idea of the magnitude of these different powerhouses and what they contribute along the way. Obviously, Chicago Park is the big earner there. It accounts for 40-some-odd% of our overall department revenue. Dutch Flat number 2 and Rollins have the same allocation factor in the power purchase agreement, meaning that if they are available, they get paid the same amount. So it's kind of something that's, like I mentioned, a little tricky to wrap your head around because they're wildly different capacities, but Rollins runs all the time. It just kind of sits there and rolls, whereas Dutch Flat number 2 gets taken on and offline pretty regularly. Combi South is our true run-of-the-river powerhouse, and so the revenue there is really all over the place depending on the hydrology of the year. Tor said that for comparison purposes, 2018 is an average hydrologic year, so you can kind of see the dollar amount that we made in 2018 and use that as a benchmark for an average year, but know that it could be all over the place, and that's really what we actually see out there.
And for historical perspective on that one, we got that one for $1 or something.
The history of Combi South is a little difficult to dig out, and I haven't spent a whole lot of time on it.
We own it today.
We do.
Somebody else built it, we own it today.
It was built by a developer that went under, and I don't know when the actual transfer happened, but yes, it is ours, and our responsibility at this point, so, yeah. The other thing that I wanted to highlight on this slide is that the Yuba Bear Power Purchase Agreement, the total amount that you can earn under that agreement, if we were 100% available, increases by 1.5% a year. So that's how the inflation is built into that one. And that's just the nature of the contract, so. And then in Bowman, you can see in 2017, we had a significant increase in the revenue out there, and that's when it converted over to the Yuba Bear Power Purchase Agreement with everything else.
So they took those and Rollins when they were built. PG rolled them into our power purchase agreement at that time.
So Rollins was the one where they took care of the O&M, but they kept they gave us a little bit of money for it when it was built. Bowman was a more traditional contract, so.
But they are in the power purchase agreement.
Currently, those are all in the power purchase agreement, yep. Questions about this slide?
I actually have a question about revenue streams, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate place for it or not. But in all these are all pretty, I'm sorry, Brad Fowler, and these are all pretty traditional revenue streams. Is there a revenue stream? I know there are powerhouses in California that get paid to burn off excess electricity. How does this agency get one of those contracts? Because it's my understanding that you can make as much money by burning off excess solar as you can as turning water.
Yeah, I don't know if it's as much revenue, but you can absolutely earn revenue by taking power off the grid. There are times of the day, generally in the spring, when power prices go negative. So wholesale power prices are less than zero.
Colgate makes a ton of money on that.
Yep. And so they will pull power off the grid. So you're consuming power at a negative price, which is a positive revenue stream.
But that's not reflected in any of these. Is there a reason for that?
Well, so that in some ways it is, because this is everything all rolled together into one.
So the agency does.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Chicago Park during the summer and spring months, you'll see during the day, we'll put it in the hole, we call it, where we'll take a couple of megawatts
where you're burning it off just to spin the turbine and take it. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It also supports the grid from a voltage support standpoint, so.
So they make big batteries, right?
Yeah. So that's all rolled into this, and it's something that we will absolutely, under this power purchase agreement we have now, it doesn't matter. As long as we're online, we're earning the same amount of money. Under a future power purchase agreement, that's something that we'll have to investigate, and look at, so.
And doesn't PG&E do that a lot themselves at Spalding?
I don't know about Spalding, but Drum certainly.
Drum, I heard that about Drum.
Yeah, no, everybody does at this point. So there is so much excess electricity during certain hours of certain days that, it's how you make money, so.
Seems like electricity would be cheaper in California. Supply and demand.
And I don't want to go too far down this hole, but this is, maybe an emerging dispute with South Feather.
Yep.
Do you anticipate that coming to NID, given that we've got at least a power purchase agreement with most of our units?
So they brought that up with us, boy, it must have been 5 to 10 years ago. And our response was, we'll shut them off. And then they looked at the impact. We're kind of fortunate in where we're located in that we're tied into the 115 line that goes over to Reno, and is a significant import-export sort of line. And that's why I mentioned the voltage support. When they did the math and realized that they wouldn't have Chicago Park and Dutch Flat to provide that voltage support, it caused some significant issues in the grid in terms of import and export. And the conversation kind of died. So I believe we're okay for now, but at any time they could. But my hope is that we can make a compelling argument that it's in their best interest not to. So, yeah. Any questions about the overall revenue picture? All right, so we'll shift to expenses here. Couple of things that I want to make sure that we understand. First of all, this doesn't include the OPEB expenses. You heard that presentation earlier. Those can kind of be all over the place, and so we took that out. And it doesn't include the pension liability that's out there as well. So these are simply expenses.
It includes the pay-go payments for pension and for OPEB, but not the unfunded liability portion.
There we go, okay.
For comparison purposes, you can look at the admin and general expenses, kind of like Fund 50. It's not Fund 50 because we didn't have Fund 50 back in that time, but generally, and then the capital purchases are essentially Fund 55. So as you're kind of comparing these things in your head. And I think the key takeaway here is that expenses have been fairly flat in the last 5 years. It's about a 1.5% increase over that time period. So obviously expenses dipped a bit during COVID as we all tried to figure out what to do. Nobody bought anything, and we just kind of made do with what we had. So and then they've rebounded here in 2022. So any questions about the expense slide here, or anything I can clarify?
No. 2022, part of the capital expense was a $3.2 million divided building, is that correct?
I don't know the exact dollar amount, but that sounds.
The building cost was in this, so, okay, so less than $1 million really was spent.
As we retooled, as we recovered from COVID, the expenses overall were low, so. All right, so moving to the next slide then. Let's talk about where the money has gone over the years. So in the early years, and by early years, I mean 2013 and later, when we were actually earning this revenue, the first thing that we had to do was repay the water fund, for a loan that it made as part of the relicensing. So back in 2009, the district started the relicensing process. The project had no revenue, the department had no money, so the water fund made loans to the hydro department that needed to be paid back.
FERC relicensing.
For FERC relicensing, correct. I was not able to tease out of the audits exactly when that was paid back, but it has been paid back in its entirety to the water fund. The other thing that we did in the earlier years is build reserves. When we took over the project in 2013, without any revenue, the department didn't have any reserves. So we spent the first couple of years building reserves so we could weather a storm, so to speak. More recently, we've begun transferring transferring funds to various departments. Some of that is recreation funds, and then the rest of that is the water fund. Now that we've gone to this different fund structure, it's a bit more visible where exactly the dollars are going to. But you can see years like 2019 and 2020 where the board chose to balance the budget using hydro revenues during that time. So, any questions about?
When did the funds from hydro start going to rec?
When was the first transfer made? I don't know the
That would be after 2013, because prior to that, the only revenue was essentially offsetting staff costs and those debt service payments.
So that's fairly new in the whole scheme of the hydro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On that transfer to water and recreation. So, I mean, can you talk a little bit more about what the transfers from 2018 to 2023 actually represent to water? I mean, what was the foundation for those transfers? How was that, I mean, I know it was a board decision, but obviously there's some background to that information.
So, what's that?
Rates, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, 2019, 2020 was all about rates. 2018, 21 was more kind of what, and what's that?
It kind of needed. It wasn't as sophisticated as our current.
Yeah.
Right.
As our current allocation structure back then.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you that there was a whole bunch of math that went into those numbers, but I don't believe there was.
We haven't found the math to substantiate the numbers. It looks like it was, here's a budget,
here's what's
offset.
Revenue, here's the cost, here's what needs to be offset.
Yeah.
Really kind of what it amounts.
Also, back then, they weren't booking transfers appropriately, so it's really difficult when you go back into that time period to understand what the transfers in and out were.
And they also weren't charging any overhead to hydro.
That's right.
So that's,
Yeah, there's no overhead charge to hydro at that time.
and water is getting interest income.
No,
Hydro operations.
hydro got, well, what actually happened, but per policy, water paid for all of the overhead, so then hydro got the investment revenue.
As well as.
And they're not correlated.
As well as.
Yeah.
There were some reserves that received some of those assets as well.
And hydro paid for the upper division, which benefited everybody.
correct, yeah, and then we'll talk about that in the following part here, how that kind of shakes out.
If I remember right, the first contracts ended in 2013, and then your transfers out here kind of started 2018. What happened for those 5 years? Was there money being moved that's just hard to track?
No, that's what I'm calling the early years there. So that's probably a 2013 to 2018 timeframe. So that is where we repaid the relicensing loan, which was significant. It was in the neighborhood of $12 million. And then.
So this left blue column is that time
Is
frame?
the 2013 to 2018.
And there were transfers occurring, they were typically related to the repayment of that first loan.
Okay, I got you.
But those are extremely difficult to tease out. So.
So we kind of have like three buckets. We've got before 13, when everything was just kind of, we're not really making any money. Now we have our own power plants that we own. We're not really sure where the money went-ish. We know.
Yeah.
The accounting is less than optimal. And then more recently, 2018 to 23, today, you got your hands around like where the money really.
I feel like we have a much better handle on where the cash is and where it's going. Yep.
Okay.
And in 2022, 2023, I'd like to know, where does that $6.5 million that it is transferred to water and rec, it does not include a transfer to Fund 70?
No, it does. This should also say water, recreation, and Fund 70.
Okay.
The majority of that is Fund 70, as well as direct allocation of the engineering expenses, which are housed in Fund 10.
Okay, and so just to put the point on that, on 2022, 2023, there is no hydro transfer that is being used to underwrite the cost of water rates.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, any other questions?
Make the point.
What's the significance of the point?
Yeah.
Well, because, a lot of conversations we have is about how hydro was created to underwrite the cost of water, and the implication being that there's budget transfers being able to be made between hydro and the water fund that drive rates down for water customers. And that just, in the current history, is not true. I can't speak to the past, but in 2022 and 2023, hydro did not underwrite the cost of water.
Well, and
So if that
Except
6
as
million,
relates to the upper division.
if that 6 million didn't get transferred, would water rates have gone up?
Well,
Yeah, I
but-
think so.
But
I think it's indirect. You,
no, but they're paying for cost of operations. They're paying for the cost of administrative structure. They're paying for the cost of engineering services they procured.
but who would have paid for that if they didn't move the 6 million?
it's the money's been kind of recolored, right? So before the 6 million's just transferred over, we're underwriting rates, but no one was paying for their fair share of overhead. Now we've just parsed it out and you can see it from an accounting perspective more clearly.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the statement that the money from hydro was not offsetting water rates in 2021 and 2022. It might not be directly, but that 6 million kept us from having to raise water rates more than we would have otherwise.
That's correct. From the perspective that overhead expenditures aren't a one-to-one, right? So if you get rid of hydro, it doesn't mean we have, 3 board members now and a half, and we only get dust in a quarter of the time. So a lot of those expenses are static.
Yeah, but.
So from that perspective,
Yeah, but you gotta look at what is your profitability by business line, and that to say that, I get your point, and at the same time, each department has to stand on its own legs profitably, and to say that if you didn't, I get what you're saying, but still, you have to allocate the overhead. That is the true cost of operation.
See, the overhead's not
Profit.
6 million. What?
the other portion of it is related to the direct allocation of the engineering expenses.
Something million plus the overhead made the 6 million.
What was the engineering allocation this year?
So if you look at that green column, that's.
Yeah, 4.3.
Oh, right here.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
That's 3 million.
Yeah, so
4.3 million, you would not have those expenses.
well, you would still have the 4.3 million or something close to it. Those are not one-to-one expenditures. Fund 70 is pretty static, so it wouldn't kind of decrease all that much.
Got it.
Fund 30, it would be dependent upon whether or not the board made the decision to not have the campgrounds anymore, which are predominantly a requirement of the FERC license.
Right.
And then Fund 10, that's the direct engineering allocation. So in theory, that one would go down the most. You could likely cut staff in engineering if you got rid of hydro. Yeah, you technically get rid of recreation as well, but everybody also needs to understand there would be permitting that would be required to dismantle the hydro projects, and it would be likely that we would have to still keep a lot of the recreation through use permits for our facilities that transport water still across the U.S. Forest Service property. So it's a really costly endeavor to get rid of hydropower because there's a lot more expenses related to closing it down than not.
Just to be clear, I'm not talking about closing down hydro. I just simply want to be able to, and have always wanted to know, profitability, profit and loss by business line. And now we know that, and now I'm happy.
We're glad you're happy at the end.
And I think that's kind of the key of this slide here, right? So this is profit, this is kind of the summary of everything that you've seen on the previous slides here. You can see that when we have the net negative years, that's because of the huge transfers that the board chose to offset the water rates in those 2019, 2020 timeframes there. So in general, the department's profitable.
Yes.
Yes, and I was more pleased than my anticipation about that part. Looking at all of it.
Yeah, this is a very helpful slide,
Yeah.
and to show that early years piece too, because that was not, for me, not totally clear.
So we even projected a profit for Deer Creek, right? 100 and something.
Well, the powerhouse, so, and when I say the powerhouse, I mean the
Powerhouse.
Forebay and
The powerhouse.
we should make a profit at the powerhouse.
But
Now, the flume is not going to make a
yeah,
profit.
we know that.
Yeah.
We keep that separate.
Yeah,
I meant the power generation part, we projected to make a profit.
yeah, yep.
Good.
All right, so this is the end of part one. Are there any questions before we those, or,
Have a lunch.
Did we clear our afternoon?
All right, we'll jump to part two then. This is some of the directors asked for specifically a breakdown of costs by powerhouse, so we can see what's earning the money, where our problems
I
are.
really appreciate you doing this. I was one of the people that asked for that. Great to see that.
Laura was too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, Laura.
It goes back to Laura.
Before we jump into the details of this, I wanted to make sure we talked through the methodology and the assumptions here. You've all heard about our finance software and the issues that we have with it. That's probably why Jennifer had to get up and leave the room. This is the stuff that drives her crazy. This is the reports that I've presented to you here aren't built-in reports that the finance software can dump out. We've worked with IT to go comb through the databases, pull out data, bring it out into these reports that you're looking at here today. They are very difficult to replicate. I'd wager that if we went and reran all of these reports again, they'd be slightly different. So take it with a grain of salt. I guess I would expect that the differences wouldn't be significant, but it's never going to tie out on the bottom line. When we went through and did the project expenses, that involved, we have this monstrous spreadsheet that has all of the projects that have been opened over the years, and Catherine and Hydro and I went through that line by line to determine which project would apply to Hydro and which facility would tie to. One of the shortcomings of our accounting software is you can't, the project and the facility live at the same level as the database. So a project can't be tied to a facility in the software. It has to be done manually outside of the software. So there's some room for error in there. So I wanted to make sure that we all understood that. And then there were a couple of reports that didn't exist before we went and undertook this effort. So those reports had to be created. The IT department, John and his crew there, pulled those reports together for us. And then you'll see here I've allocated some projects because they span a couple of different facilities. Just in terms of caveats, the reports are only as good as the expenses that were coded. They generally, I do harp on my crews an awful lot to code to the facility that they're working at. There was a period of time there where our timesheets didn't have enough lines on them for them to code everything, so there's some stuff that happens there. And it can also be very difficult when you're doing an inspection at, say, Combe, where you've got Combe North, Combe South, and Combe Dam, right? They don't always divide up their time and allocate it across the three, depending on what they're doing. So there's some error in there, but generally, I believe that they're pretty good. These reports are all a subset of the larger funds, so they don't add up to the fund totals, right? So I've removed certain facilities here because we're only talking about the powerhouse. The upper division lakes aren't included in any of these reports. So that's something that you've got to keep in mind. And then there's no overhead allocation in any of these numbers that you're going to see here, and that includes my time. Generally, I don't charge to the powerhouses unless I'm really spending a lot of time there. I'll tell you that I am very diligent about charging to the Bowman transmission line because we get the reimbursement for that, and I'm very diligent about charging to South Sutter Water District. But in general, overhead, my time, Catherine's time, isn't really reflected in these numbers and allocated through to the powerhouses. And then I mentioned this before, that these reports are a bit difficult to replicate. So if you pull them and the numbers don't match, they should be close. So with that, we'll jump to our first powerhouse. And so first of all, obviously, you're gonna have a hard time, oh, sorry.
Is this PowerPoint the only documentation that memorializes the effort you and Catherine went through? Or is there like an engineering report or something that shows the assumptions and what the decisions and how the process is?
This is the formal document, there's no other formal report. No. So let's start with Chicago Park Powerhouse. All of these tables I did include as an attachment to the end of your staff report there, because they're darn near impossible to read on the slides here, so, well, you zoom a lot. So you can turn to the last couple of pages of your staff report if you want to read the details of these. The Chicago Park Powerhouse, I rolled together the 5 different facilities. So there's the actual powerhouse, there's the Dutch Flat number 2 after bay, which is the diversion for the Chicago Park flume, the flume itself, the Little York Basin, and the Chicago Park 4 bay. This is one of those where I wouldn't want to look at different parts along the flume, like the Little York Basin and the Chicago Park 4 bay are essentially adjacent to each other. I doubt that they get coded very accurately because it's just a whole lot of numbers to try and squeeze on the time card. But I would say that the flume probably rolls a lot of those costs in there, so.
I'm not familiar with the Little York Basin.
Yeah.
Orient me.
So if you're at the powerhouse, you drive up the hill to the 4 bay. It kind of narrows down and then it widens back out. The Little York Basin is a wide spot right when it comes out of the concrete flume.
So you just kind of, even though it's hydrologically connected, you consider them separate facilities?
We tried to attempt to track costs because FERC does inspect the dam, the wide spot in the berm, which is the Little York Basin. So we tried to separate them, but for all intents and purposes, they're the same thing. So, let's see. And then, so you can see the O&M costs associated with the individual facilities there. I don't know if there are any questions before we move along. And then, all right, the list of project numbers, you can see that we accomplished between 2018 and 2022. I do want to point out that a couple of the projects, 23, 53, 62, and 83, were all combined into one project here recently, and that's the Chicago Park overhaul, upgrade, whatever we choose to call it. So you won't see those on future reports. And then, so there are a couple of projects that got allocated across a number of different facilities. The big one there is the SCADA project. So when we upgrade our SCADA at the powerhouses, we do it across the board. It all gets done at the same time. So in that project, there's no tracking to an individual powerhouse, so I just simply allocated it across the different facilities that we have there. You'll see a number of projects there that have really small dollar amounts charged to them. And essentially that goes back to the day where if there was a project on our 5-year capital plan, it got a number. And so that means that somebody may have charged an hour to it or a half an hour to it in the planning process, but it never actually went anywhere. So that's kind of why you see some of those little outliers there with hundreds of dollars charged to them that didn't really go anywhere. They're probably still in the 5-year capital plan, but it's just not the way we're doing business now. Then a couple of the other projects that I wanted to mention in the allocated project expense lines there. Project 2469, at one point we tried to track the costs that were directly related to NERC compliance. So that's all of our consulting work. Anytime Tina charged time to NERC compliance, it hit that project number. And so that got equally allocated between Chicago Park and Dutch Flat number 2 because those are our 2 NERC registered facilities. And then there is some property acquisition costs in there. And what that's related to is during PG&E's first bankruptcy, they were required to spin off some property that they weren't using. NID had facilities on some of those properties, so we went through and methodically kind of carved out what we wanted out of all of those properties so we could retain ownership of them before they were donated. So. Any questions about this? I guess then at the bottom line, right, I guess we should not skip the punchline, is that the powerhouse is extremely profitable. Over the last 5 years, we've averaged a net revenue of about $9.2 million at Chicago Park Powerhouse.
Going forward, maybe that's the line we lead with.
Yeah, fair enough.
Each one's gonna have its own particular cost.
Yep.
Thing, and, concerns.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Big picture, boy, I mean, it looks good.
Yep, yep.
Nice. And the detail, if we go back and reference it, great.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a global question. Just through the process of doing all of this, did you learn something you didn't expect to, or didn't previously know? Something jump out? Over the whole operation, not just what we've talked about here.
You know, I would say the Combi North caught me more off guard than I was expecting. I thought we were a little bit more profitable there than we were. We're breaking even at Combi North on good years. So that's the one that caught me off guard more than anything that I saw here.
Yeah.
The rest of this aligns with my...
You guys put a ton of work in it, but I think that globally, it's gonna pay off.
Yes.
Just tracking it at this level.
Yep, yep.
Are capital investments for the powerhouses included anywhere in, I mean, so is the capital under the allocated project expenses? That's
Correct.
where capital comes in?
Yeah, some of those projects are capital, some of them aren't capital, so I didn't want to call them capital projects. Some of them were expenditure tracking sort of things that we wanted to try and figure out if we thought, there was a point in time where Cal ISA, the independent system operator, they monitor our meters. They went in and changed the password on the meter and lost the password. And that essentially meant that we had to replace the meters. And so we opened a project to try and track those costs in the hope that we could go after them for some sort of cost recovery. And so there are a couple of little things in there that aren't project related or aren't capital projects, but they are in capital projects are in.
Yeah, they're also included under those project expenditures, that middle section.
Yep. Got it.
Current cost estimate for the powerhouse overhaul, that's for the rewind, what's an RTU?
Remote telemetry unit. So it's basically the way the computers talk to each other.
So that's not the rewind that we're talking about?
Correct. The overhaul is the rewind.
These are actual expenditures.
Well, and she's moved on to the next slide. So.
You're down on Dutch Flat?
Yeah. No, it's the Chicago Park. I advanced the slide a little bit.
Oh.
Any other questions on that? All right, so one of the other things that the board wanted to make sure that we discussed during this workshop was what we see in the future out there at Chicago Park. The board hasn't seen or approved the 5-year capital improvement plan, so some of these may be surprises to you as we move through this, but this is what what the department's been thinking over the last couple of years. You did approve the replacement of the station batteries, and actually when I wrote this presentation, I wasn't sure how it was all gonna wrap up because the batteries came in and some of them were damaged in shipping. I am pleased to report that they are in service today. So between the time that I wrote the staff report and today, we got that figured out. They have been installed and are working. So the batteries are the critical component of the powerhouse because when everything goes bad, the batteries are there to safely shut everything down. So it's critical that we maintain those investments. The RTU replacement, we're about halfway through the design of that right now, and it's scheduled to be replaced in 2024. And then there is the powerhouse overhaul, which is the rewind of mechanical upgrades, the transformer, and all the other things that we've kind of rolled into that. And you're correct, it does. I've only got 8 weeks there. That doesn't feel right. I'm going to double check that number. That
sounds short to me.
It feels very short to me. So yeah, I think I may have a typo there that I'll have to I'm gonna double check that and we'll get back.
That's all right.
The cost number, that is the current cost estimate, is about $21.7 million total, so,
Does that include transformers?
that's everything.
That's everything.
No, that is the capital cost, so,
And we have that in our Fund 55 currently,
the,
the savings for the 21.7?
we have to budget for it.
Yes.
Are you-
I mean, we've got the reserves.
If we chose to use the reserves, that would be a longer conversation as to whether it's more advantageous to issue debt or to use cash.
Yeah, and that is, that outage right now looks like it's gonna be in the 26 sort of timeframe, so we've got a couple years to figure that out. Some of that is because the lead time on some of these parts is dramatic. A transformer's 2-year lead time sort of thing is what we're seeing, so that may float around a little bit, so. And then, just kind of what's on my radar, but it's not actually included in the capital plan. There's some erosion that's happening in the tail race there, which is where the powerhouse comes out into the river. You can actually see it there. It's the cascading water coming out there. There's some erosion happening there that we're gonna have to deal with at some point, but it's just not in the immediate radar right now. So, and then there's some concrete damage up in the forebay that we're paying attention to and watching, but it's not an urgent need at this point, so. So that wraps up Chicago Park.
Are there anything future thinking that we should be talking about that could increase revenue beyond just like scheduling better or having more water go through, but like something else that, you know, the rewind, doing something different with the rewind that will increase capacity or?
Yeah, so that was part of the first phases of this overhaul sort of discussion. We looked at, can we squeeze more power out of this thing? Can we squeeze more efficiency out of this thing? Where can we make a little bit more? The only place that came back as really making sense to invest money in is the runner, and that's the part that the water hits and then spins, is called the runner. The state of the art of developing a runner has changed dramatically in the 60 years since the one we have in there was built. And so they can nowadays do computer models to design a runner for you, and then they'll guarantee efficiencies. So we've been talking to a couple of manufacturers to see what they could do, because if you can squeeze out another 2-3% out of the runner, there's money to be made there, so.
So does it typically get you worked on in the overhaul?
So the runner gets inspected every year and then generally welded on every couple of years. There's cavitation damage that occurs, so the guys will crawl up in there and restore it to its original configuration. You can also pull it and haul it down to a shop and have them spend a significant amount of work on it. That's the other thing that we'll consider this overhaul. Does it make sense to buy a new runner or just entirely refurbish this one? So.
Does it make sense to replace that?
Yeah. My gut feeling is that it'll make sense. It's also a cast runner with a stainless overlay on it, so it's extremely difficult to work on and maintain, so I think...
it also doesn't wear out as fast.
Yeah. Well, and the new runners they're gigantic chunks of stainless steel, so they're pretty impressive, so...
I'd like to see us really think, as these contracts expire and the price pressure keeps, coming down, regulations, everywhere we can, at least consider, not just at the power plants, but at all of our assets, what could be done there.
Yep.
That could increase hydro, and maybe it's a combination of, what we talked about, like pumping.
Yep.
During the day.
Yeah. And this, the other thing that I'll be watching on this powerhouse is we're gonna repair the governor down at Rollins next year, and this has got a 60s vintage governor on it. Still just an amazing feat of mechanical engineering. And Phil, our maintenance superintendent, will never forgive me, but I'm leaning towards the possibility of looking for a replacement out there in the next 10 years sort of time frame before the contract expires. Great governor now, still works fantastically, but a modern digital governor can really respond quicker to changing conditions on the power grid. So something like that may pencil out as well, so.
Okay.
All right, moving on to Dutch Flat number 2. I won't bury the lead here. Director Johansson, but in general, we're making about $4.9 million in net out there, net revenue out there. I don't know if the board wants to talk through each of these projects individually, or we can just skip over the top. I'm seeing a lot of skip over the top. All right, so if there are no...
I'm impressed with the knowledge, detail, and everything. I mean, it's incredible. For me, for appreciation of what you have to do, and if we have to make a decision down the road on something, I want to see the detail. But for today, I would just love to see the total numbers, and not take up the rest of the day.
Yeah. I can talk all afternoon. I know. I'm finally talking about the stuff I like.
Yeah, you love it. I am just...
I'm blown away.
Blown away.
So delighted to see this. It's been a long time coming. I know how much work it went.
This is what I'm going to read at night.
Yeah.
Do you have a projector?
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. This is, exactly what we want to see.
The troubled child.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, certainly, yeah. So Dutch Flat number 2, I do want to hit on the projects that are coming up, because I think that's important, because the board is going to be asked to improve these things, or approve projects associated with these. There is the backup generator that's going to go in there. That is an approved project, and this is one where the equipment lead time was 40 some odd weeks, so basically a year. It was scheduled to go in this year, but we still don't have the parts yet. We're having some liner issues on the upstream of the forebay there that will need to be dealt with. That's just shock-creating sections, and something we can deal with over time. And then as we replace the RTUs, that's one of those things that we do every year. And as I mentioned earlier, the RTU is the part that helps all the computers talk. So, and then longer term, we do need to start thinking about a mechanical refurbishment there. I'm not sure that'll happen before the power purchase agreement expires in 2033. This powerhouse cavitates dramatically. The cavitation there is, if you're in the basement when it starts up and goes through its rough zone, you'll run for the door. And that's mainly a function of the hydraulic design out there. So something like a new runner may...
It's not rocks going through it.
It's not, but boy, it sounds like somebody's rolling boulders down the hill. So it's pretty scary. Right. Rollins, so again, not burying the lead here. We're averaging about $5.2 million in net revenue there. That's where we are there. I don't know if there are any questions. And then in the future capital projects, we have the governor replacement there that I mentioned. I understand that the RFP for the design will go out in early 2024, and we'll see how that comes back. It's interesting, South Feather is replacing their governor, and I can't remember which one it is, but it's the sister unit of Rollins. They have exactly the same unit that we do there.
Same age?
They were twin units at Old Maloney's, Dan, yes. And then when
oh my gosh,
reservoir got raised, we took one, they took one, and
Sly Creek, I believe.
Is it Sly Creek? And so they are replacing their governor right now, and we got a copy of their RFP, and since they're basically the same unit, they did a lot of the work for us.
So how old are they?
So these are built in 1980. This governor, I mentioned the governor at Chicago Park and Dutch Flat, they're both in the 60-year-old range, but they're just built like tanks. The governor's here, and then Sly Creek, it sounds like, were 80s vintage, where there's this kind of odd combination of digital and mechanical thing going on there, where you can't get parts for it anymore, and it's just not a great machine at this point. So we'll get that replaced with a digital governor and hope to see a whole lot better performance out there. And then in the longer term sort of time frame, I don't have anything at that powerhouse that yeah.
What about the idea of, and this would be some future discussion, but adding a second powerhouse to Rollins? Especially if it ended up that we were raising it.
I brought that up with Jim.
Say what?
I brought it up with Jim.
I did too.
I said it's in the
It's in somebody's brain.
It's in the new FERC license. So as part of the application for the FERC new license, there is a second powerhouse, a second unit, that is in that permitting sort of process there, so.
Is there water there to run both?
So the way it works, it penciled out in 2012. Obviously, if we decide to build this thing, we need to redo the finances, we need to dust all that sort of stuff off. But the units would be designed to work together. So since we picked up this second-hand unit and put it out there, it's not ideally designed for the flows in the head that we have out there. So the vision is that the second unit would come online for the lower flows, then we'd move to this unit for the medium flows, and then when the flows are really high, we'd run both units at the same time. So they're kind of, they work together to maximize efficiency out there, so.
Would it be an accurate assumption to look at the revenue generated, like currently? And, I mean, you wouldn't double it necessarily, but it would be significant, or would it not? I mean, you just don't know yet?
I haven't dusted that off in
Okay.
quite a while, and I think the market has changed pretty significantly, and I think we'd need to look at it a whole lot more before I'd be comfortable saying it's a no-brainer.
Fair enough.
But it was considered, it is in the new license, and when that new license happens, it will give us the opportunity to evaluate it, so.
Thank you.
Powerhouse, you can see that we do make a bit of a profit out there, and averaging almost $700,000 a year. The expenses with Bowman are higher than you would expect for the small size unit out there, and that's simply because of the remote nature of it. It is way the heck out there, and in the winter months, it's a pretty tremendous amount of effort to get out there and operate and maintain it, so. And then this also does include the allocation for Gray Rock, the project expenses there. So you can see the transmission line. That is only our portion of the transmission line, the expenses out there.
So from a budget perspective, you'd see the whole project because they reimburse us.
Right.
Yeah, it would show up as the complete cost, and then the revenue would come in to offset it. And the near-term projects that need to happen out there, we do need a new breaker at the intertie. That would be a shared cost between us and the Hay Press folks. We'd pick up 42% of it, so that is in the planning stages, and we need to get that dialed in. Pretty straightforward project, but it needs to happen. Longer term planning, I'd really like to start automating things out there. And I think that as the communication technology has changed, I struggle with moving our stuff to a Starlink sort of connection, but we've been piloting it out there, and it's working really well. Even down in that little canyon that the powerhouse is in, Starlink is offering us connectivity that we've never had before.
Wow.
And so I think that as we understand that better, we see it work through a couple of different winters, it's gonna give us a lot of flexibility and the ability to automate some things out there. So, so definitely more to come on that. And then the transmission line, the poles out there are coming up on the end of what you would expect their life to be. We've actually got a contractor out there today doing an assessment on all those power lines so we can better understand what they look like. So far, the results have been positive where the contractor can get, but they came up from Southern California and got their truck stuck in the snow on the first day, so they haven't quite made as much progress as we had hoped that they would make. So, so we'll see how that goes. Comby South, this is probably one we should spend a couple of minutes on talking through. Comby South shows over the 5-year average a net loss, and that's being driven by two things that I don't expect to happen again. One is the trash rack. We spent a pretty significant amount of money on the new trash rack take there. That's the big project in 2018. Pretty significant expenditure. I expect the life of that trash rack to be in the 30 to 50 year range. So it's a once in a generation sort of repair. And the one that was out there before was not the highest quality unit. What's out there now is a good unit, so I wouldn't expect to see a charge like that anytime soon. And then, as part of coming off the power purchase agreement, we had to spend some money out there to install new meters. That cost us, and then we needed a new transformer out there. The transformer reached its end of life and had to be replaced as well. So we had 3 fairly significant expenses in this 5-year period that I don't anticipate having again.
Well, if we looked at the years prior to 2018, when we went through the drought, how do those look?
I'm not sure we'd be comparing apples to apples at that point because we were on the old power purchase agreement. So I think that this one is, I'd put in the monitor but continue to run sort of category. We need to keep an eye on it, make sure the expenses make sense. I expect that we're going to see that revenue of $250,000, $300,000, $400,000 a year net coming out of it in the future. Yeah. I think it's going to pencil out in the long run, but we do need to keep an eye on it. So, any questions about that? All right. In terms of future projects and concerns, as I mentioned, the profitability's been impacted by those larger projects. This is run of the river, so we are going to deal with, it's going to be boom or bust. We're going to have some years that are really good and some years that are really bad. And that's just kind of something that we need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on. I think that this is another candidate for remote operations. We struggle with the negative power markets out here because we can't start this unit remotely. So we can shut it down remotely, but we can't start it remotely. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on is if NCPA or us could sit in a room somewhere, hit the button and it would fire off, I think it would be, it would help us chase pricing a whole lot better. But that's not an insignificant upgrade.
Do you have an idea?
We haven't even, no. It's not something that we've dove into yet, so. I am a bit concerned because the way that we are running this, and if we do automate it and start and stop it a lot, that's a lot of wear and tear on equipment. That's breakers closing, that's cold motors starting. There is a trade-off that comes with chasing the power market, and I'm not sure those machines can handle it, and that's something that would have to be considered as we look at the profitability out there. And then we do have some corrosion issues on the penstock that we're monitoring. They don't land in a 5-year capital plan at this point, but we're just keeping an eye on it out there. And so we'll continue to watch that as time keeps going. And so my recommendation here is that we continue to watch this powerhouse and make sure that it's profitable. I do, as I said, expect it to return to profitability now that these capital investments have been made and are complete, so. All right, Scott's Flat. Again, I don't know how much interest you have in talking about this. We do make a net profit out there every year. I think the RES-BCT contract is amazing. Like I said, PG&E doesn't like it. Selling power at retail prices instead of wholesale, which is kind of what we're making everywhere else. So I think that as long as we continue down that path, we just find it's also, it's just a great machine. It requires very little maintenance to run out there. It just hums right along. It's interesting. Some of our vibration monitoring is there are 3 nickels set up on their end, and so as long as the nickels are sounding up when you walk in there, you know that the powerhouse hasn't vibrated, and I think they've been there for years. They were there when I walked in the first time, and I've never seen the nickels move. So it's very high tech. It works. It's a great little machine. Runs real smooth, and we're real happy.
Advertise that.
So,
press release right there.
Yeah, the picture of the nickel. I don't know if we do that, it'll fall over the next.
Yeah, I know.
Something will happen.
It's very interesting.
Yeah.
Fact.
Yep. So what is included in the next 5 years? We do have, FERC is requiring that we do some upgrades to the penstock. That should be pretty straightforward. They want to see it strapped down better. So we've seen the preliminary design on that. Our maintenance crews will install it. I'm not too awful worried about that. I'm not sure it'll even rise to the level of a capital project, but I did, in full transparency, want to make sure I include it on. So.
What about the rebuild of the spillway?
So that I've considered as not a powerhouse expense.
Oh, well,
Because
right.
this district is going to do that.
No matter what.
No matter what.
I see, okay.
You know, and I can say even if FERC were no longer in the picture, if we scraped this powerhouse off, DSOD would make that happen.
I see it.
So, so I have not included that as a cost for the power.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Your
that.
water park?
It's water.
And then the other thing that I wanted to point out with Scotts Flat and Comby North is that they support water delivery demand. So even if we stopped generating out there, there would be an operational expense out there. Operations to raise flows, decrease flows as downstream demand fluctuates. And so I've had the finance team pull out the operational only expenses. So this is the cost of hydro operators going there to make changes. So you can see those numbers there, somewhere in the $60,000 to $80,000 range is what it averages just to go in and out of there. This is, if we pilot some of this remote operation technology, it'll be here. Going out to make a 1 CFS cut to deal with water demand, and then coming back 2 days later to add that CFS back because it got hot is just, it's crazy. And so I'd love to see some remote operation capabilities out here. And I think that would dramatically reduce those operating costs, so.
I have a question. On an operating cost, I can go up there.
Yeah, Laura, come up, so folks online can hear.
How often do people go to this, Scotts Flat?
It's generally almost daily.
Daily, so every day you have staff going from OPEB
Yep.
to Scotts Flat and back,
No,
and
not necessarily. So they'll work it into their route. So they'll go to Scotts Flat and then go to Bowman, or they'll go to Scotts Flat and now Deer Creek and South Yuba Canal.
so this $68,000 or 58 to 86 is for the cost of a staff person every day going there, not counting transportation or anything, part-time or
No,
full-time.
it's their entire, it's
Their
the
entire
time
time.
that they believe that they spent. So if they'll, and this is where the kind of allocation gets a little difficult, right? So if they go to Scotts Flat and then Bowman, they'll probably charge their drive time from headquarters, for example, to Scotts Flat, to the Scotts Flat powerhouse. But then the drive time from Scotts Flat to Bowman will probably hit the Bowman powerhouse.
And so this 86,000, that's like a half a person a year. It's that little time.
Well, yeah, it'd be 1,040 hours a year of a staff person.
Yeah.
So over 300, they don't go, do they go on the weekends?
Yes.
Every day.
Yeah.
So 365 days a year, makes sense.
It's a couple hours a day.
Yeah, 3 or 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
Hey, can you tell me, how do they access it? Do they take Scotts Flat Road that goes down to Lower Scotts, or do they come up from above?
So it varies depending on where they were. They would not go through to Lower Scotts Flat. There is no road from Lower Scotts Flat to the powerhouse.
Oh, there isn't, when you go through that gate, there isn't on the
Not
side
an
of?
operational road.
No.
Okay.
So they'll
I'm
either,
happy to hear that, actually.
they'll either come into the campground. My guess is that more and more, now that we have the South Yuba Canal and Deer Creek, they'll use Pasquale and come
Mhm.
through there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but certainly not through the Lower Scotts. Yep.
Right, so we're not on that road every day.
That is correct. You can use that.
I know.
That is correct.
Oh, well, I'm going to.
All right, Comby North. So Comby North is our problem child. So Comby North has shown a profit over the last couple of years, but I don't expect that to continue. I think that once our power purchase agreement ends, we're going to drop from a contract that's paying us about $105 a megawatt hour to $85 a megawatt hour. That's just kind of the going rate right now. So I'll skip past this slide unless anybody wants to talk about some of the specifics there. It is our newest powerhouse, so maintenance expenses are generally pretty low, operation and expenses are pretty low. We are struggling a bit with some equipment failures out there. I think we've got them dealt with, but when the 2023 numbers come in, they're going to be miserable. The capacitor bank out there essentially failed this year, and so we could not generate through the summer months. The powerhouse was offline most of the year. One of the actuators on the large valve failed this year, which contributed to that inability to run. And so this year's numbers are not gonna be good. We have, the capacitor bank is up and working, which should allow us a whole lot more flexibility. The previous capacitor bank, it wouldn't work below certain loads. It was only designed to run at full bore. So once you started dropping off the load, we had to shut the powerhouse off, or we couldn't meet the interconnection requirements. And so it's been a real problem for us over these last couple of years as it has slowly reached the end of its life. And then I mentioned the actuator. When we looked at selling power on the open market from this powerhouse, in order to do that, we'd have to install a CAISO authorized meter out there. We believe that's in the neighborhood of $165,000 expenditure to make that happen. That includes staff time, that includes upgrades that we would have to do out there. It's a pretty heavy lift. There are a couple new poles that need to be built. And as you can see, the returns, even under the old PPA, don't justify a capital project of that significance. So,
yeah. Is this one that would be, from staff's perspective, a candidate for decommissioning?
I think there are a couple of things that we can do out there before we get there.
You know.
I think that we need to bring a consultant on who specializes more in these types of issues to come up with a solid plan to evaluate all the options. So I think that's generally where we're leaning towards with our recommendation to the board is, you know, once we start getting closer, we're gonna issue an RFP for a consultant to assist us. We're having some difficulties finding a consultant who specializes in hydropower, but we're still looking.
And this is the only one I've seen where you've got cryptocurrency here. What's that about?
There's all kinds of out of the box.
Out of the box.
Yeah, so what we've done here is kind of throw some things out there that are not what you would traditionally do, right? So how could we monetize some of this power out of here? We talked about a RES-BCT contract. We mentioned earlier that all of our load is already spoken for under the Scotts Flat. But we could form some sort of joint power agency with a county, with a school district, any other public agency out there if they were interested in doing something like that. So we could look into that. We need people that serve big load, pumping stations, things along those lines. So there's an opportunity there that doesn't require a CAISO meter. It doesn't require this $165,000 investment. The other thing that a lot of power producers are turning to is this cryptocurrency thing, where essentially you bring out these container-sized computers, they set them on site, they will take all of your power, they will mine cryptocurrency. I know the district cannot own cryptocurrency, right? So we would expect that would look like something like they would pay us rent, and then they'd pay us for the power that we generate, and whatever they do with their Bitcoin or
whatever money they lose, we're insulated from.
Right. So it takes over 60,000 kilowatt hours to make one coin. How much is production?
I'd have to, let's see, we can go back to the beginning slide there.
Someone's hardware would be in those servers.
Yeah. Well, and I think that there are some unique advantages, right? They, I'll let you abstain, but they can water cool these computers, and so.
We're gonna vote on this one.
Yeah, there is no vote today, so this is purely a workshop and conversation. We have the water there.
It's a great idea.
We can cool their equipment, which puts us, they're using crypto, and I've seen it at a couple of places where they're flaring gas and mining.
That's what they do with tires.
The-
They burn old tires too.
Yeah. The idea is the GPUs that they use to do the Bitcoin mining take a ton of power.
Right.
Need a ton of cooling. So if you locate them right where there's a big load of power, so a lot of people do this out in Nevada, in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
And we have the unique situation where we have water to cool as well.
Yeah.
So we've kind of got a double benefit there that, again, this is totally speculative.
When
I
they go
haven't
bankrupt or whatever, when they all go away.
So this is why we need a consultant. This
I
is
know,
a little bit
right.
outside of our expertise.
Yeah.
So, 60,000 kilowatt hours a year, approximate 64, or we can give it to Recreation.
15.
Make a park out of it.
The powerhouse?
Hours, so.
Like a visitor center?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we can mine a couple.
whatever.
The slide down the penstock.
Tell us.
And then there's the hydrogen generation. You wanna talk to that, Ken?
Yeah, so the hydrogen generation is what some of the other utilities are doing nowadays. When power prices go negative and they don't want to throttle their units down, you can electrolyze water, split the hydrogen off, and then there's significant value in the hydrogen. And I would expect that, honestly, my gut feeling is that's probably going to be the most profitable in the long term. I think that hydrogen demand will go up. There's a lot of talk about fuel cells in vehicles, and those are going to need hydrogen. The state, if you Google some of their hydrogen initiatives here lately, is investing a lot of money in hydrogen. This is what they call green hydrogen because it's made with renewable energy. There's different colors, black, brown, but the green hydrogen would be the most desirable from an environmental standpoint. So I think that there is a market here for this. We just need to dive into it, as Jennifer mentioned, bring somebody in to talk about it.
And then the idea is that we kind of get a consultant, get some options, select maybe something to pilot, because then we'd be well suited for when our larger agreements come expire.
33. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Give it a trial.
Yeah, no, I think that.
It'd be nice to pilot on something small.
Yep.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and this powerhouse, it'd be a perfect candidate for it. I think there's a lot of.
In Texas, all the guys who are burning off those flames you see on oil productions, they've all went to cryptocurrency. I mean, it's a massive business.
Yeah, people are also using old tires.
Next would be coal, huh?
Yeah.
Go back to coal. We'll use our renewable energy source, cooler coal mining.
And then I did want to mention again on Combi North that there are operational costs associated with that would not go away even if the powerhouse is decommissioned. That's what you're seeing along the bottom line there is the cost to send a person out there to regulate water flows. And again, this would be another one where some automation, if you control this thing remotely, would definitely pay for itself. Not as far from our headquarters as something like Scotts Flat, which is why I would go to Scotts Flat first, but I think there's certainly some opportunity there.
So, Ken, does Combi pretty much run all the time?
The north?
Yeah.
So historically, when we were having our capacitor bank problems, no, it could basically run when we were near full load. Now that we've got the capacitor bank installed out there, I think we've gone down almost to zero generation, still met the interconnection requirements, so it'll run a lot more now, so.
It's at the head of the canal, right?
Correct,
So
yep, yep.
It's exciting.
All right, that ends part two. Do we want to keep rolling or take a break, or where are we?
More question
Okay.
from the audience.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I find it interesting that we didn't get any numbers associated with these potential future projects. It would have been nice to see a spreadsheet with dollars so we could have an idea of what to expect going forward with the future. So that was something. And then several years ago, we had requested to have a hydro business plan or a cost-benefit analysis and trying to figure out. And so I went back and looked at some of the old notes and all, figuring it out. But things that I think we really should pay attention to, I think this board should be paying attention to in a future analysis. We didn't talk anything about our FERC liability, and so that's a huge hydro liability that's completely absent from this presentation.
No.
We haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah, that's in part 4.
Okay. And so, but I'd like to see a future analysis that includes, it's a laundry list, so I'll read them all. The loss of additional carryover storage due to increased environmental flows, the loss of hydro revenues due to these decreased flows, the increased O&M costs for FERC compliance, increased capital costs for FERC mandated projects, future large capital costs for the South Cubic Canal. Is the South Cubic Canal still considered upcountry, or is it now downcountry? Is it water, or is it hydro?
Country.
The South Cubic Canal?
Yeah,
It's upper
sure, I
division.
understand the distinction.
It's upper division.
It's upper division, so it is still a hydro asset.
Hydro is operating and maintained.
Okay, so we didn't see that canal asset as we still haven't, we were supposed to see a report on what those were back.
I think it's because we just got it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And then.
I mean, I don't know, maybe they just haven't had time to.
Future capital costs for Cherokee Powerhouse is economically justified. And then you mentioned Scotts Flat Spillway is not a hydro project, but also the cost of the Combi Dam is all, the Combi Dam and Scotts Flat was driven by the FERC mandated probable maximum flow number.
generated.
Those are Division of Dam Safety.
Right, but FERC has their fingers in it as well.
DSOD tends to drive these projects for on the dam safety side, but,
Anyway, so those are things I'd like to consider. I mean, these are things I think that these are big liabilities that are facing the department. And I think this is all good stuff. I don't want to diminish the work you've done. Wow, there's a whole.
yeah, and that, like, as I mentioned, part 4 does dive into the future, so, yeah.
We also have your long-range plan coming.
Yep.
As part of our strategic plan, that takes a lot more effort, and the timeline on that is 2025.
Correct.
Yeah, so,
Yep.
I mean, I think a lot of this will play out, but it's a lot of analysis and work and costing, so.
Picture up yet?
That is the scroll case of either Dutch Flat or Chicago Park. So, the water comes in from the right-hand side, in a circular motion, comes into the middle, drops down, and hits the runner, and then out the bottom. So, yeah.
Does it get a giant tire, one of those mine trucks?
Yeah.
Does it choke down?
The size of the scroll case decreases as you go around. Yeah, because there's more water in the beginning and then less water at the tail end. Yeah. That was some of the fun part of this presentation, was finding the old pictures to copy and paste in there.
Sunsplash. This one was being built?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, no, you can't see that anymore, so that's well buried in concrete at this point, so. All right, so the next question that the board expressed an interest in understanding was the current water subsidy. That is essentially to answer the question of if NID had never built the powerhouses, how much would ratepayers have to fund to operate and maintain the system of dams and conveyances necessary to deliver water to store water in the upper division, getting everything down the hill. So my methodology to try and determine this number was to take the 2023 budget, go through it line by line, and determine, would this have existed if there was no power, right? So I've broken things into 2 broad categories. There's water, meaning yes, it would exist, and then there's power, meaning it only exists because the powerhouses are there.
Okay. That seems fair.
And so the first slide is the labor breakdown. What you can see is that, so for each position, I've gone through and tried to determine, would this person still have a job if there were no powerhouses? So you can see, I'll use myself as an example. I would assume that if you didn't have the powerhouses, you would not need a director of power systems, get absorbed somewhere else.
You're already saving money.
Yeah. Pick on myself. But you still would need the dam safety support. Your dam safety support would not go away. And as I mentioned, these are the 2023 budget numbers. We're now doing some of the dam safety stuff through a consultant. This is just a snapshot in time, and these numbers are all going to change as we move along. Moving down, you would still need some operators. There's still trash racks that would have to be cleaned. There are still valves that would have to be opened and closed. There's still work there for the operations staff. It probably wouldn't, most certainly would not be powerhouse operators. It would probably be something similar to what we have. We have a water system operator. The water side has water distribution operators. It would be those sorts of people that would be out there doing that work. But you can see the operations staff would go from 11 people to 4 people is what my expectation would be. On the maintenance side, clearly we've got a compliance and protection system specialist. He is entirely dedicated to the powerhouses. That sort of position would not be needed if we were a water department, water only, but you'd still need people to maintain those facilities. You'd still need utility workers. You'd still need just the general maintenance people out there. So I've assumed that you'd cut the 16 people down to about 7.5 people to keep the water flowing the 7 days a week. So overall, in my analysis, I believe that the department would go from what was budgeted at 34 people down to 15 people. So then I took a labor rate for each one of those people that includes benefits and all of those different things, and came up with a dollar amount along the way. And then this is kind of an example of just some of the line items that I went through in the budget, and I wanted to talk through the methodology here, just to make sure everybody understood what I was thinking and how I did it. So the 2023 budget for water rights was about $150,000. That divides roughly half and half between water storage, water diversion rights, which you would still need to pay for, and power generation rights. So about $74,000, almost, and like I said, almost split down the middle, $75,000 of that would still exist, even if you weren't generating power. You would still owe those water rights fees. The FERC admin fees, they're entirely tied to the FERC side of the house. They're the dam safety guys that come out. Now, the line item that I think everybody's probably looking at going, well, why would this still exist, is the FERC land fees. Essentially, what those land fees are is what we pay the federal partners to have our facilities on their land. So this is the Forest Service, this is the Bureau. It's entirely a guess as to what they would charge you for a special use permit to occupy their land. So, but there would still be a cost there. You cannot just write that off. The Forest Service is not going to walk away and say, yeah, just keep your lakes here for free. So there would still be a land use cost.
Makes sense.
What would it be? I just don't know. So I left it there. Hazardous waste fees, those are generally tied to the powerhouses and the waste that we generate there. Taxes on the South Yuba Canal and the Deer Creek Powerhouse, that was a significant line item in the 2023 budget. That would still exist. You would still pay those taxes with or without the power. The Forest Service fees, this is a budget item that I leave in there for every time we do a project on Fed land. There's a fee tied to it, and it varies. It's kind of all over the map. You would not get away without paying those fees without a FERC license. You'd still have to pay to use those lands and roads and whatnot. The USGS, I've assumed those fees would go away entirely. Those are a condition of our license that we maintain those gauging stations and partner with the USGS. I think that's probably putting too much weight on the powerhouses for that requirement. You'd still be required to measure flows out there. You'd still be required to maintain some standard out there, but I don't know how much, so I assumed that would go away. Dam fees, in general, your dams are going to stay, right? So you're still going to pay DWR every year for the dams out there, with the exception of the Dutch Flat 4 Bay would go away. It's entirely a power facility, and the Dutch Flat number 2 After Bay are entirely for power diversion. So I've broken those out, and that's that $62,000 you see there. And then the other fees, we get hit with a million different things along the way, so I just kind of tried to split those up. It's as a small number. It's not necessarily driving this discussion.
What about recreation?
So I have assumed that the recreation is still in there. I think it's...
Isn't that primarily a FERC requirement?
Well, it is, but I could see it very easily being tied into a special use permit for the lakes.
It's a 4E condition from the U.S. Forest Service that's included into our FERC license. It's likely because of the use permit.
Yeah.
They're gonna get us one way or another.
They're not gonna walk away from it.
You have a job so long.
On the previous slide, so you came up with like a head count of 15.
Yeah.
Where was the dollar amount associated with that?
So I didn't include that in the presentation here. There's obviously, there's a dollar amount tied to every line, and the spreadsheet's gigantic. So I don't honestly know what the labor reduction was standalone off the top of my head. Okay. I can get that for you, but it's significant.
I would imagine.
Yeah.
More than half?
Yep.
Oh, is it buried, I'm sorry, is it buried in the 892?
The 892?
The 892,000 on the next slide?
No,
that's just extra.
This is just that.
So it's that plus the 15 people?
Yep.
Sorry, Laura.
Laura, can you use the...
Laura, so folks can hear you online.
Sorry about that.
On the laborers, we have a hydrographer unit in water, so I don't know why we would need a senior hydrographer today. And also with the, maintenance technicians, that have maintenance technicians, there's not that much mechanical stuff on the upper division waterways. And then with the senior systems technician and senior maintenance technician, it seems like those couple staff would easily fall under the water senior staff. We would need to have senior staff. So can you explain?
Yeah, so first of all, a hydrographer, you're still gonna have to measure the water that comes out of all these dams and facilities. The standard won't necessarily be the USGS standard, but, the State Water Resources Control Board's not gonna walk away and let you not measure the water. So the gauging stations would still exist, therefore the workload for the hydrographer still exists.
Doesn't water have a unit of hydrographers as well?
They do, but they don't have enough bandwidth to just simply absorb the upper division, right?
Would that be a senior position then, a selection position?
It could be a senior, it could be or a regular hydrographer. That's kind of.
And I would also note, this is simply just a high-level kind of guesstimate on what we think would probably happen. What would actually happen would be largely dependent on the decommissioning requirements and how a lot of these permit requirements get shifted between use permits or whatever they're getting shifted between.
I completely agree.
And then regarding the maintenance folks that you mentioned, yeah, they probably would not be they certainly would not be a senior hydroelectric maintenance technician. What they would be is an equipment operator or a superintendent or a supervisor. But essentially, the pay scales are similar, the benefits are similar. So for the purposes of this, assume that there's a body at a similar pay scale in there. So. All right, so what this boils down to, so just when we actually had some of this discussion earlier about the changes to the overhead, the Fund 70 folks, the reality is that there wouldn't be a whole lot of reduction in the staff. It's still going to be a 5-member board of directors. It's still going to be one general manager, one attorney. Right. There's likely not a whole lot of cutting that would happen out of the Fund 70 if the powerhouses exist. I can see, and I can account for some possible reduction in IT. They do support us, engineering, which we talked about earlier, and then fleet. We bring our vehicles over, and the fleet department here maintains them. So there may be some changes there, but it's not. There's not huge. And then, of course, if there is no power generation, there is no transfer to Fund 70 to offset that. So. Bottom line, I guess, to Rich's point, I got to lead with the bottom line instead of getting us there. If NID had not built the powerhouses, water ratepayers would have needed to budget about $12.6 million to operate and maintain the system of dams and conveyances necessary to deliver the water to and store water in the lower division. So if there were no powerhouses, and we've dealt with all the commissioning questions and we've dealt with all the other environmental stuff, there's still $12.6 million worth of cost there that the water ratepayers would have to.
Annually, right?
Annually, correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I would, go ahead.
Oh, we figure about $350,000 per 1% increase in water rates. So that'd be about a 36% increase
Sounds close.
in water rates, just to recoup that cost.
Brain is so
It
good.
doesn't take into account the $6 million in this year's budget, right?
What's that?
The transfer, the $6 million.
The Fund 70.
$6 million.
And minus that, yeah.
Plus that.
What's up?
Add that to this.
Add that
And
to
divide it
18 million.
like, Jennifer and I did in her office.
That's in there. That 6 is in that 12.
Oh, the 6 is in the.
The 6 is in the 12.
Okay, sorry.
So I would
I
just
misspoke.
say it differently. I would say that Hydroelectric generated $12.6 million towards the cost of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way, yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
that's the answer to the conversation we were having
Mhm.
before. Is we can say that they're not offsetting the cost of water because it doesn't go into a fund that directly offsets the cost of water.
Yeah.
But if it didn't exist, 12.6 divided by the ratepayers, which you be left.
To come up with.
That should be the headline.
That's
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is really
What did we
interesting,
come up with?
Trevor.
Oh, per ratepayer?
We pay $700 a year?
Yeah, it was quite a bit of money.
Yeah, significant. Especially for the you know,
Yeah,
For everybody.
yeah.
for everybody.
Yeah.
Like, try to run a farm and, you know, have your water go up 35% or something.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Not
Yeah,
good.
very nicely done.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we find ourselves then at part 4.
Yeah, we have just a few more slides that we'll go through really quickly.
No, this is,
I think that,
This is real high level, these are kind of very speculative slides, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've heard myself talk for this long.
you're doing a great job.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad I brought my water. So the board wanted to talk about what's out there in the future. And again, this is crystal ball sort of stuff, right? I'm not going to come in here and tell you what the cost of power is going to be. There's nobody. So what I tried to do is break this down into some of the risks that we are facing first. First of all, people in training, that's our number one risk that's out there. We've got a lot of people in the department that are eligible to retire, and we've seen a couple of them retire in this year. And then generally, we're relatively low staffed. I think that we're pretty lean and mean when you compare us to our neighboring agencies. And so what I did is looked at PCWA, South Feather Water and Power, and Yuba Water Agency, and they averaged about 5 people per facility, and I considered a dam or a powerhouse a facility. NID averages 2. So we move our people around to a whole lot more different places than our neighboring agencies do. I think that we're efficient when it comes to getting work done, and that doesn't include the the 60, the transmission line, the Bowman transmission line. It doesn't include all the little oddball diversions that we have, and then the South Yuba Canal. So we are very lightly staffed when we compare ourselves to our competitors. Laura mentioned some of the regulatory environment sort of things that are coming towards us, unimpaired flows, the relicensing, and then just the increasing requirements out of the dam safety side. You'll see, I don't know if you monitor our FERC docket, but you'll see a number of letters go out and have gone out over this last week. Everything from now we have to report to FERC when we cycle our gates at the dams, just so that they have proof that happened. And each one of those letters on its own isn't a huge deal to sit down and crank out a letter, but cumulatively the workload is just piling on in terms of some of these regulatory requirements. The other big uptick we've seen is the aquatic invasive species. The quagga zebra mussel monitoring has gone through the roof. It's dramatic how much work we're spending out there to collect all this data. We did get some grant funds to offset that, but it's still a lot of money. And then of course there's NERC at the larger powerhouses. The other broad category of risk that we talked about is infrastructure and technology. We've got the increased IT, OT demand that's out there, OT being operational technology, separated from IT, which is your informational technology, your computers, your laptops. As all of the powerhouses become more automated, there's all this control equipment that's out there, and that's added an uptick to our work. Now I'm moving quick, so I got to breath there somewhere along the way. The operating environment that we work in, there's just a whole lot of different things that challenge us, from climate change to changes in our portfolio that we're dealing with, and then revenue. The comment here is that supply chain constraints and inflationary factors have placed upward pressure on cost. So there is some good news, right? I think that there is some potential for rates to go up a little bit along the way. In terms of very broad future considerations, I looked to the U.S. Department of Energy, and they have just here recently issued a hydropower bulletin where they talk about hydropower as being key to resilience in extreme weather. The beauty of hydro is that it can restart a broken grid. So when the power goes out, solar has to have something there so it can tie into it. We can create that something along the way. Grid recovery black start just means most powerhouses require power to start. In a lot of cases, hydro does not require power to start. So we can bring back a damaged grid, so they see a lot of value in that should there be some sort of large grid disturbance.
And then they also believe it's our key to energy independence and creates a bunch of local jobs. I also looked, this is kind of my personal pet peeve, that on a life cycle basis, hydropower is among the lowest producers of CO2 out there. And I think that often gets overlooked. I think that solar kind of gets looked at this as this perfect solution, but the reality is that solar has a carbon footprint too. And as we continue to strip mine third world countries for the resources that we need to create solar, especially solar with battery backups, at some point, life cycle carbon footprint has to be brought into that discussion. And so I grabbed a chart there from the UN that just kind of rates different technologies on their life cycle carbon footprint. And as you can see, hydropower is way over into the minimal side of this. So it is truly a green technology. Whether or not the state chooses to issue recs on it is a different story. So, and then just other future considerations. Carbone is one of the, they're a broker, they're an energy broker, and I follow their emails. They'll send it, if you give them your name, they will send you more email than you want to see. But what they're saying here, PCC1 is a category of renewable energy credits. It's the stuff that's generated locally and sold locally. It's what we do. It's not renewable credits imported from outside of the state. And so they're seeing upward trend in the price of renewable energy credits. So I think that bodes well for us in the future. And then they had this comment here in their October newsletter that some of the load suppliers, the load serving entities, your PG&Es, your smaller cities and whatnot, are starting to get concerned that the costs are going to run away. And so they are starting to see significant upward pressure as the requirements for increased renewable energy ratchet up. They're worried about the cost of that and the supply of that, because they do have to maintain a certain percentage of these PCC1 recs. So there's concerns about that. I also looked at the CalISO. They have a market report that they issue quarterly. Their most recent one that I had at the time of that I created this was issued on November 16th. They are seeing natural gas prices fall. And what that means is that natural energy generated with natural gas gets cheaper. If you look back through our last December actuals at Combi South, you'll see we had a record month because natural gas prices were through the roof. They had some supply problems. It was cold. The demand was way up. So energy rates just spiked, and we had a fantastic month. And so they're seeing some of that return to normal. They are seeing prices then follow that back down. They also did note that there was a tremendous amount of hydro on the grid this year, and that's what you'd expect after a really wet winter sort of year. So that's not a whole lot there. I have given you the link to the entire presentation if you want to read it. It is interesting. So then what's the takeaway, right? What all four parts of this boil down to? As Jennifer mentioned, we do need to continue to identify and develop relationships with some consultants to help us through issues like this Combi North, and it's definitely not too early to start talking about the new power purchase agreement, at least getting a feel for it. We've got a couple more years before we need to get real serious about it. Staff is recommending that we look at some of these alternative sales models at Combi North. What can we do there to make some money out of the place? And so we'll take a look at that. Again, the master plan is due by the end of 2025. We have been making progress towards that, and there has been a lot of writing going on. It's certainly not ready for prime time, but we've got some of the pieces of that we can work towards. I alluded to the IT/OT issues, the RFP for a master plan for IT and OT to bring a consultant in to help us look at what we need to do there just went out here a week or two ago, last week. So we'll get a consultant on board to deal with that. I believe that's another strategic priority as well. And then we recommend that we obviously keep an eye on all this future stuff. All the future stuff is going to change, and we need to keep an eye on it for the next couple of years. And with that, I will exhale.
Yeah.
You need a cookie.
You should take this and get your PhD or something.
Were there any more questions?
Wow.
Very
Wow
good,
is right.
very well.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to flush these issues out as we move forward into rates, as we move forward in the, 5-year capital program for hydro and the hydro master plan.
I just love the idea of using, Combi North as a pilot.
Yeah. It's very, lends itself to it well.
Yeah, because if it all goes, you know, handbasket in 2033, we could convert them all.
Okay, so moving along, we are going to recess now to the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors meeting, and we're going to call to order the Nevada Irrigation District Joint meeting. Want to stay for the rest of this scintillating-
You were a champion, you.
Yeah, I know, I'm impressed.
I got what I wanted, thank you.
Was that?
No, I ate enough cookies.
Hey, Brad, you're gonna miss the report on the UN wanting, the, meat consumption.
Call me with it, Rich.
All right, you got it.
UN wants backbone extension.
The UN has, yeah,
They
called.
weighed in.
They weighed in on the
They didn't wait.
Okay, so we are now convened as a joint powers authority, and we need to have a motion for item 7A.
So the tradition is that you just carry over the new officers that you just voted on for 5D to the JPA. So that would be, Rich Johansson as president, Ricky Heck as vice president, Chris Stepanian as secretary.
Also move.
I'll second.
Take a vote. Oh, public comment? Yep, no public comment?
Division 1,
Yes.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 4,
Hi.
Division 5,
What last time?
Division 3.
Aye. Thank you. And now we will adjourn the Nevada Irrigation District Joint Powers Authority meeting and reconvene the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors meeting.
Good job. Did you practice that?
She had the cheat sheet. I'll bet.
No, me, I did that also.
I'll bet you did.
Thank you, Ms. Chris. Okay, so, the general manager's report.
I'll keep it very brief, but I am excited to announce that we're getting very close to signing the memorandum of understanding for the voluntary agreement related to the Bay Delta plan. So we'll keep you posted.
What?
Just the MOU part.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we will keep you posted on the outcome of those proceedings as well as our continuing negotiations and when the MOU is finally signed.
But now the December 15th is no longer the deadline?
No, the deadline now is January 19th.
Correct.
And, one of the comments we would like to make is that we are now signatory to the voluntary agreement MOU. And if that, does not occur, there's quite a few signatures on the state side that need to occur, then our comment will essentially include our draft proposal and substantiate that we've been trying to participate this whole time.
Excellent.
No, I think I'll just keep it at that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Rich, how about we?
Yeah, I do want to talk about the UN.
Oh,
This morning, the UN announced that they want meat consumption to be decreased big time in America. Just before they went out and 30% of them had meat at dinner last night.
Go silent.
They adjourned and just went out and had their own meat.
But only 30%, so the other 70% were vegetarian?
Vegetarian?
What you're saying?
I have no idea what they
I'm
ate.
teasing.
But, so meat production overall in America produces 2% of carbon dioxide. That's it. And up here in Nevada County, there is a net carbon sequestration, a positive carbon sequestration with our pastures and irrigated pastures. So, NID water is critical for that carbon sequestration and our role in having meat.
Thank you.
Not that bad, was it?
I really like meat, so.
Well, you came to the right place.
Ricky. Yeah, I have two things to report on. I attended the Bear Yuba Land Trust holiday thing,
Soiree.
which was great. Rich was there, and it was a nice thing and a good way to connect with those folks who are doing really good work. Then also, I just wanted to briefly report that I have been attending virtually these Bay Delta hearings, hours and hours on the computer and listening. And my request would be to have maybe a more in-depth summary of what's happening, because I've only been able to listen to about 5 hours of it so far, maybe 6 hours. And my takeaway, so I'm interested in your feedback, my takeaway is that person after person, engineer, hydrologists, NGOs, water agencies, everybody's lining up for VAs on the, as opposed to the unimpaired flows. And I've been seeing some very,
Compelling argument.
well, compelling, but also amazing evidence about when you compare the two and its environmental impacts and so on. So I'm no expert, obviously, but I've been really fascinated to see it and hear it and see all the different levels of presentations, and I'd like to know more.
I think once we get our current round of modeling done with unimpaired flows and we get the framework of our
VA
comment letter, then we'll publicly present that to the board.
Okay.
Yeah, how does that sound? So that would be.
That's great.
Be occurring after the first of the year, but before the 19th,
Yeah,
so.
that's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong. I think it's needed. We've been just trying to strategize on the timing.
No, I guess what I was asking is, and I'm looking at Dustin, is that sort of the direction, or it seems like the weight of them going?
So this is
To voluntary
obviously
agreement?
speculation.
Sure.
The board has not,
They haven't tipped
my
their
personal
hand.
view is you've probably got a 2-2 split right now.
Uh-huh.
2 board members in favor of an unimpaired flow approach, 2 board members leaning towards a voluntary agreement approach, and the 5th, the deciding vote, I can't get a read.
You don't know, okay.
So, I would say we definitely have work to do.
Okay.
One thing that is very clear to me that I think we can present on, in January is unimpaired flows will have huge, huge impacts
Mm-hmm.
for NID in particular.
Well, I believe that's true for us, but I've also been seeing just, the dominoes are falling as people are talking about it. Everything from the Weir in Sacramento to, to everything. It's been fascinating to listen to it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trevor?
We've spoken enough today.
And I've spoken enough too.
Okay, I went to the Nevada County Contractors Association holiday party. Yeah, on Friday, and I had a great conversation with Bob Weissman, who is one of the board members, and he made the comment to me that he said it's really amazing to see all of the change and progress being made at NID.
You're here.
And I said, well, what do you observe? And he said, well, gee, where do I start? He said, number one, you're in the union on UBANet constantly. I get emails from the general manager that tell me about what's happening at the district. He went on to talk about the plan for water and how comprehensive and what high-quality work he perceives that to be, and that's coming from Barbara Bashel, who's at every
Their
meeting,
liaison, yeah.
and her in the special group. But anyway, I just thought it was very nice that he, as a board member, is perceiving all of these changes at NID and the impact that it's making to people in the community. So kudos
Good job,
to the whole
everybody.
group. And that's it for me, and woohoo! I guess we have public comment for items to be considered in closed session. Seeing nothing, we will close this meeting, and thank you so much.
Merry Christmas.
You'll be a reader.